Sorry, go. So yes, Ruth will be facilitating online, and I will be assisting her in the room. I'm going to turn the time over to Michael Birkenbeil, our Deputy Designated Federal Officer, to open the meeting. Mike.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to the Hanford Advisory Board meeting for October. My name is Mike Birkenbeil. I am the Deputy Designated Federal Officer for the Hanford site. As a reminder, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Advisory committees have played an important role in shaping programs and policies of the federal government. The Hanford Advisory Board's role is to provide policy-level advice and recommendations concerning EM site-specific issues such as cleanup activities and environmental restoration, waste and nuclear materials management and disposition, excess facilities, future land use and long-term stewardship, risk management, and communications and outreach. I do appreciate your attendance today, and I look forward to the Hanford Advisory Board's development and submission of constructive, actionable, policy-level advice on the Hanford cleanup. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Just really quick, we're going to go to our board chair, but I just want to remind people to press the button if you're going to talk in the microphone. There's a little button that you need to press, and make sure to turn it off when you're finished. Okay, Jan?
Turning on my mic. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy that you are here for one of our first in-person HAB meetings since the orientation yesterday. So we had a tour and now we are getting down to business. It is my privilege to point to you the rules of engagement. So on your name tag, it tells you the things that you need to know in order to facilitate a kind of civilized conversation. Listen, honor the guidance of the people who are running the meeting. Be respectful of one another. Minimize sidebar conversations, and we really do call that out if we see it. And mute yourself online or leave the room if you have to answer a phone call. So that means probably you want to put your phones on kind of mute so that it just vibrates so that we don't hear it ringing. Yesterday, I was the person whose phone rang. So I know that this can happen without you thinking about it too much. So thank you for coming. We're glad you're here for today and tomorrow.
Thank you, Jan. We're going to turn the time to Ruth.
Hello, I'm Ruth Nicholson. I'm the HAB facilitator, and I am heartbroken that I am not in the room with you. For those of you who are new to the HAB, the way we run HAB meetings, the way we run committee meetings is actually a co-facilitation between a chair and a vice chair of the full board or one of the committees and members of the facilitation team. Today, we're just going to do it three ways. Jan and Lacey are there at the front of the room with you. I'm online, and we will work together to make this work. If my voice gives out, don't worry. Jan and Lacey will take it because we have Plan B. What I want to do first is walk you through what are we going to do at this meeting. For those of you who are returning members, this meeting is going to feel a little different. In the past, we started meetings in the morning and then got out at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. We're going to try something different today. It's going to feel different to those of you who are coming back. Starting the meeting at 1, we're going to do some introductions. We have a lot of new people in the room. We want you all to know who you are, both online and in the room. Hybrid meetings are a relatively new thing for us, and we're trying to learn how to do them well. And then we're going to talk about the board work plan. Every year, the board puts together a work plan with the tri-party agreement agencies. That would be the Department of Energy, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Washington State Department of Ecology. And we do it on a fiscal year. For those of you who aren't familiar with fiscal year, calendar years run January to December. A lot of us operate in that time frame. The federal fiscal year operates from October 1st to September 30th. So the fiscal year 2023 actually started on October 1st, 2022. That's not meant to confuse you. It's just the way it rolls. So what we're talking about in this work plan and calendar is the work that the board is doing starting this month and going through next September. Right now, we have a provisional draft. It wasn't formally adopted last June. It's up for consideration at this meeting. For those of you who are new, when there's an action to be taken by the board, we typically introduce it on day 1 of the board meeting and act on it on day 2. So you'll see this in two parts on your agenda. We're going to take a supper break at 4, or maybe that's just extended high tea, right? And come back for 2 things. Every board meeting, we traditionally start with tri-party agreement agency updates. We call it TPA, tri-party agreement.
Okay, well, she was talking about the tri-party agreements. And yeah, so I will see if I can get her back on, but the tri-party agreements are, oh, is she back?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're back. Go ahead. We lost you at
Well,
tri-party.
that's why I have more than one computer running. If one of them wigs out, you'll get me on the other one.
Smart, but what it is showing your, it's not showing you.
Right, but you can hear me.
Yes, but we can hear you. So you just cut off at the tri-party, you were explaining the tri-party agreements.
Right. So, so item number 6 on your agenda is tri-party agreement agency updates. You'll hear us talk about the TPA a lot. That's the tri-party agreement. And each of the senior managers from the Department of Energy, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Washington State Department of Ecology are going to give you updates on progress to date, challenges they're facing, things they're looking forward to. And there's always time for board questions. So if you're curious about something, if something doesn't make sense, feel free to ask, and they will tell you what they know. The last thing, well, last 2 things today. There's a new agreed order on tank leaks. Don't worry, if you don't know what an agreed order is at this moment, you'll know what it is by this evening. It's a special thing that has to do with the tanks on site that hold a whole lot of waste, and trying to manage those in new and better ways. And lastly, we always have public comment at board meetings. Public comment at HAB meetings, anyone can make a comment. You can also ask a question. The challenge with board meetings is if someone asks a question during public comment, we can find a way to get you an answer, but we typically don't answer questions in the moment of public comments. But we will end the evening with public comment. On day 2, it's a shorter day. Remember I said when there's an action item, we introduce it on day 1 and then we act on it on day 2. Day 2 is scheduled to act on the fiscal year 2023 work plan for the HAB. If the board chooses to adopt it tomorrow. We also have board business, a time for updates and looking ahead to future meetings. And then we're going to wrap up the meeting with a presentation on the waste treatment plant. It's a unique facility in the whole country. And they're on the cusp of doing some startup activities and some things that have been in the works for literally years. And that's exciting to hear from the agencies on that. And then we will wrap the meeting up with public comment. There's going to be a break at 11:30 tomorrow at day 2, and we're going to do a transition from a formal HAB meeting to a public meeting regarding the 5-year plan. The 5-year plan for Hanford cleanup is a really important document that helps folks see what's coming down the pike and what kinds of activities are coming near term. And that's going to be in the early afternoon, 11:45. Well, I guess that's still morning technically. 11:45 to 1. We've got some folks coming in from the Department of Energy to talk about what that is and the public feedback period that we're currently in for that 5-year plan. I know that took a little longer than I normally take, but I know we've got new people in the room, and I didn't want you to be lost in the first 10 minutes of the meeting. Are there any questions about the agenda and what we're going to try to accomplish in the next day and a half?
None in the
When
room.
you have questions, before I kick this over to Josh, I think. If you want to speak, I can't see you in the room, which is why we have Lacey. Your name tent, the big plastic T thing with your name in it at the table. If you want to speak, you turn that up on its end, so it gets really tall. If you are online with us, then type in chat that you'd like to ask a question or make a comment. And what's going to happen is Lacey's going to track who wants to speak, because you're looking at it and you're going, there are 26 people online and however many in the room. It's kind of a big group, right? So in the chat, she's going to type who's in line to speak, so I know who's coming up next. And we will do our absolute best to get you in the order received. It's just a people management kind of challenge we have. If you're on the phone, I will check in with you. We've got 2 people on the phone because it's really hard to see if your hand is up. So I'll check in with our people on the phone as well if they want to jump in to offer a comment or ask a question. So with that, I'm going to turn this back to Josh, who I think is sitting next to Lacey, to look at the draft meeting minutes from the last board meeting in June. Josh?
Yes, so you have a copy of the meeting minutes, draft form, both from your invitation to the meeting and as part of the meeting, physical meeting packet. We have the opportunity to adopt them now, unless there are any changes anyone came across they'd like to make. Not seeing any questions in the room. Do we have any
Josh?
by chat? Oh,
I put mine up.
oh,
I'm going to request that we defer any voting on the minutes until next month. That way, the new members will have the opportunity to review the minutes, and we can vote at that time, and they'll be approved.
If that is the will of the chair and vice chair, we can do that.
Switch is kind of troublesome. Anyway, I think that it might be a good idea to give you an opportunity now that you have the minutes in your hands. I know that many of you have not attended them, did not attend the meeting, but it'll be an opportunity for you to read through and be able to approve them as part of our business next month.
So for those of you who are new, we have written minutes of all of our HAB meetings and committee meetings. We also record the meetings. You heard Lacey announce that at the top. Those recordings are posted on the HAB website. So there are multiple ways you can go back and see what did the board do in June or October, or if you're looking historically at what's going on.
Ruth, sorry to interrupt you. Lorene Contreras had a question, or Alfonso.
Yeah, Lorene.
Hi, this
You're
is
gonna have to
Alfonso, by the
press-
way.
Please press. Oh yeah, speak a little bit closer so people online can hear you. Thank you.
I said, this is Alfonso. By the way, you mentioned new members. How many new members are there here overall?
Sing your hands.
The reason I ask that is you took a stance with your minutes. Are you going to take a stance like that with the tanks?
With the what?
With what's coming up on your agenda with tanks and any other business today?
You know, we only have one other piece of business today to vote on, and we'll see how that goes. We're trying to discern not only you know, we were just now, people were identifying themselves as new members. We also have some people we've never seen before who've been on the board for 2 years. Would you raise your hands? So you can see that in a way, we're in a new world. So we're trying to organize ourselves in such a way that we have the least amount of confusion. So we have to determine, for instance, people whose packets are not yet approved are not really in a position to vote. And people need to understand that if you're an alternate and the primary seat is being occupied, then the primary person can vote, but the alternate may not participate in the voting. So all of these things have to be kind of discerned. Josh does some of that work and we do as well. So please bear with us during this time of transition. And you may feel like you're new now, but by next month, it'll feel more like you're part of a regular group that sees that sees one another with some regularity. So all of this is to promote your conversation.
Thanks,
Oh.
Jan. Oh, Ryan, did you have something?
Yeah, Alfonso, just to echo what Jan was saying, there's only 2 action items on the agenda today. One of those is the meeting minutes, and the other one is the work plan, and that's what she was recommending we defer on. The presentations aren't action items, they're just informational presentations.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much. Ruth, are you there?
I am here. I had one computer go down, so I am on the backup. Which is why we have backup plans. Before we go to introducing who all is in the room and who all is online, Jan, are there any announcements we need to make?
So I'm asking if there are any announcements among those of us in the room. Sometimes people have an announcement to make. And the first announcement you've already heard, which is that we're not going to vote on the minutes right now. So are there other announcements from the group or the agencies? Thank you. Where?
Rob, right there. And Susan, do you
Too
have something
easy.
to say? Or yeah, sorry. I get confused.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for the support they gave yesterday on the tour. It was wonderful. And the tour guide, Jerry Griffith was his name, was excellent. And my hat's off to him. It was a great presentation. He knew a lot about the site. I learned some things that I didn't know before. So it's always good to go out there. So thanks a lot for that tour. That was very meaningful. Very impressed with the Hammer facility too. And I also would, if you were looking for comments, I think it's a good idea to delay the approval of the minutes from before. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay, Ruth, should we
Yeah.
move
So
on to-
next up, how are we doing on time? Oh man, Jan, you're good. We're right on time. What we'd like to do is some introductions because we've got a lot of new folks in the room. I don't want to presume that you know each other yet. Jan, would you host getting folks introduced, please?
That would be my pleasure to call on Roberto Armijo to introduce himself and any other members of the Environmental Protection Agency who are present today.
Can you hear me? Yep. Buenas tardes. My name is Roberto Armijo. I am one of the remedial project managers with the Environmental Protection Agency over at the Hanford office.
Thank you, Roberto. Ryan Miller from the Washington State Department of Ecology. Will you introduce yourself and any other members who are in the room?
Yes, Jen, I am Ryan Miller with the Washington State Department of Ecology. I'm the communications manager for the program. We have Ginger Wireman in the back. She's our environmental outreach and education specialist. The two of us, we do a lot of the primary HAB liaisoning with you guys. You'll see David Bowen later this evening at the agency updates. He is our program manager.
Thank you. And Mike Birkenbile from the Department of Energy, would you introduce yourself and anyone else in the room?
Okay, again, Mike, welcome. Good to see you. I'd also like to introduce Gary Younger, our HAB coordinator. And I can't see everyone in the back there. Who do we have? Do we bring anybody else with us? Yeah, so we brought some support folks with us as well. So good to be with you. Thank you for that.
And what about Olivia?
Yeah, I'll just introduce the RC staff really quick. So we've got, I don't know if everyone online heard, there's Dana and Dana Cowell and Deb Jurgen for the DOE staff in the back. They're awesome. Yes, and then we've got Josh Patnod up here, and then Olivia Wilcox and Jody Christiansen at the front desk. Oh, and my name is Lacey Mancius. We're with the HAB facilitation.
Thank you.
Okay, so now Ruth, I think we're gonna go to the round robin. Did you wanna?
Maybe committee chairs.
Oh, the
Actually, Jan,
committee.
before we go to the round robin, would you like to introduce the members of the Executive Issues Committee and the leaders of the HAB committees?
Yeah, that would be fine. From the RAP committee, we have the chairman of the RAP committee was here yesterday, Tom Cecilia, but today from the Oregon Department of Energy, we have Max Woods. Max, would you introduce yourself and your vice chair if that person is here?
Sure, thanks. Excuse me, my name is Max Woods. I work at the Oregon Department of Energy, where I'm Assistant Director for Nuclear Safety and Emergency Preparedness. I've been on the board for a year officially, but in person, of course, for the first time. So thanks for having me, and it's great to be here. Tom Cecilia, as you mentioned, is one of our alternates. He's traveling back home today. We kind of did a tag team out in the parking lot, and now I'm in. I also have with me my colleague, Matt Hendrickson. There's Matt. Matt's worked with us for a whole 3 weeks, and he took the position formerly held by Jeff Burright, who probably many of you knew, took a new job in Oregon state government earlier this year. And we're hopeful that Matt will be on the board in a year's time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Max. And Chris Sutton from the Budget and Contracts Committee, would you introduce yourself and your vice if that person is available? We'll put you to work, right? Thank you, Chris. Rebecca Holland, would you introduce yourself and your committee and your vice chair if he's available?
Hi, I'm Rebecca Holland. I represent the Hanford Atomic Metal Trades Council. And my vice chair is Richard Bloom, who's out gallivanting about, the world right now. So lucky guy.
And yours is the Health, Safety, and Environmental Protection Committee, is that correct?
Correct.
And
the coolest committee.
The coolest committee. Yes. And we're going to have a tour next month, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Still in the works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Dan Solis from the PIC committee, would you please introduce yourself and anybody else on your committee?
I'm Dan
Well, we're
Solis,
all on your committee.
from the interim chair of the PIC committee. We don't have a vice chair, so any volunteers would be fine.
That's great. And to know once again that everyone on the HAB is a member of the PIC committee.
You all come.
Rob Davis from the Tank Waste Committee, would you introduce yourself?
My name is Rob Davis. I represent the city of Pasco. I don't have a vice chair right now. And I'm looking for one. But anybody that wants to be on Tank Waste or is on Tank Waste, please raise your hand, show your force. Come on.
That's good. That's
If you
good.
want to be on it, yes. So, I guess we're just going to take names down and start adding, and I send names to you, correct?
Yes, the facilitation committee keeps track of people's committee assignments because you are in fact kind of restricted on how many committees you can be on, but don't worry, there's so much work to do that maybe 2 is enough. And last but not least is our liaison officer, Pamela Larson, who is also on the executive committee. Would you introduce yourself?
Thank you. Yes, I represent Benton County on the Hanford Advisory Board. This board has had a position of national liaison for quite a few years, and that is in recognition of the fact that Hanford is part of the National Environmental Management Program, headquartered in Department of Energy in Washington, D.C. And each of the sites have many common interests. We also have opportunities to move waste around in the complex. We have a significant amount of transuranic waste at Hanford, and we are looking forward to the day when we can ship that to the waste isolation pilot plant in New Mexico. We also compete for budget with all of those other sites and communities. So I feel it's important for our chair and vice chair who attend the site-specific advisory board chair meeting to help them understand what's being accomplished here. So our federal dollars are being well spent. There's little anxiety about how much we get. Hanford's a very expensive project. So I normally give a report at each meeting about what's going on around the complex. That is not on the agenda at this time, but I can share that last month I did attend the National Cleanup Workshop in Washington, D.C. and listen to all the presentations. And I was very proud of the Hanford presentation, talking about the startup of the low activity vitrification facility. They did a spectacular job. And that panel presentation is supposed to be available online. I've been looking for it, haven't found it yet. As soon as I do, I'll give it to the facilitation team so you all can see what our folks did in telling the rest of the country. Thank you.
Pamela, I'm so glad that you mentioned that you attended the waste conference. That's an annual affair near Washington, D.C. So I know you weren't able to give a report this time, but I'm glad to hear that you got to tell people about your participation.
Okay, Ruth, we're going to go ahead to the round robin.
All right, so I'm going to do 30 seconds of administrivia, and then we're going to go around the room and down the list of folks who are joining us online. If you are in person in the room, I'm hoping that you signed in at the sign-in table over where Olivia is. The Federal Advisory Committee Act, which is one of the guiding laws for this outfit, asks us to keep track of who comes to our meetings. So we have sign-in sheets for those of you who come in person. If you are online, it's really hard to get to those sign-in sheets. So we use chat as the surrogate. So if you have only dialed in via Teams, we'd like you to type your name and your organization into the chat, and that's kind of how we tell who's here. We will check in with those of you who have called in as well, since I don't have people's phone numbers memorized. But what we'd like to do now, Lacey and I are going to tag team this because she can see you and I can't. We're going to go around the table in the room, and we'd like you to do 3 things. What is your name? What is the organization you represent here with the Hanford Advisory Board? If you're public at large, you're public at large, and we're glad you're here too. Name, organization, and where you live, where you're from. So 3 quick things, because you can see how many people are in the room. And there are another 26 online. So name, organization, and where you're from. Lacey, would you do the in-room part since you can see the table?
Yes, yes. So my name is Lacey Mancius. I'm with the HAB Facilitation, and I live in Kennewick, Washington. So I'm going to start, since we've all introduced ourselves, I'll start with Robert Thompson over there, and then we'll go around the room.
City of Richland. I even live in Richland, shockingly enough. And I come by, I guess this gig, someone on to say it was on something called the Environmental Management Advisory, which is the presidential board that deals with EM issues like tank waste, cleanup issues, and just echoing some of the things that Pam said. You are in coopetition, as we like to say, with other nuclear sites from the Manhattan era. And I don't think this board should ever lose sight of that competition, not only from a resource perspective, but a dwindling political perspective. As sites get cleaned up, the legislators that supported worldwide cleanup, nationwide cleanup, start to disappear, like Rocky Flats in Colorado and others that are coming our way. So that suffices.
All right. So in order to do this relatively quickly, I want to invite you to name, organization, and where you live.
Don't take that line down. Go.
Tom Galeotto, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon. I, along with our alternate member and executive vice president, represent TRIDEC, and David Replug is in the room as well. For myself, I'm from Kennewick. Thank you.
Dan Solitz, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, and I live in Eugene, Oregon. I'm the alternative delegate.
Jeff Wyatt, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, and I live in Portland, Oregon.
Chris Sutton, Public at Large, Richland.
Steve Anderson, representative for Grant and Franklin County, live in Pasco.
Tracy Arnold, I'm non-union, non-management employee. I work for HLMI out at the site, and I live in Kennewick.
Good afternoon, Lorene Contreras, Yakima Nation. I reside in Toppenish, Washington.
Alfonso Contreras, Heart of America, Northwest, alternate.
Rob Parmalee, non-union, non-management employee. I live here in Richland.
Rebecca Holland, Hamtech. I live in Kennewick.
Rob Davis, I live in Pasco.
John Smart with the City of West Richland, and I live in West Richland.
Good morning. My name is Denise Jones for Citizens for Clean Eastern Washington, and I live in Kirkland, Washington.
Susan Coleman, Public at Large member, and live in Kennewick.
Max Woods, Oregon Department of Energy, State of Oregon, and I live in Portland.
Mia Burke, I represent Hanford Challenge, and I also live in Portland, Oregon.
Michelle Holt, Benton Franklin Council of Governments, and I live in Richland.
Pam Larson, I represent Benton County. I live in Benton County. Actually live in Richland, and I'm retired. And during the past couple of COVID years, I've been beaming into these meetings from my family's cabin on Hood Canal.
I'm Tim Kovas. I'm a public at large. I live in Yakima.
I'm Todd Myers. I'm the environmental director of the Washington Policy Center, and I live in Kittitas County in Central Washington.
Gary Younger, federal coordinator, and I live in Kennewick.
Okay, Ruth, we're gonna take it to you.
All right, so I'm going to go down the list of folks who are logged in and try not to duplicate things. I'm Ruth Nicholson. I'm the HAB facilitator. I actually live outside of Snohomish, Washington, on the west side. We've got a couple people on the phone. 8217, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Simone Anter. I represent Columbia Riverkeeper and I live in Portland, Oregon.
Right. Another phone number, 5999. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Can you hear me?
5999. There, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, this is Jacob Reynolds. I represent non-union, non-management employees, and I live in Richland, and I'm also logged online, so don't try not to come back to me when you go through the Teams, people.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Jessica Black, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, Jessica Black. I represent Columbia Riverkeeper with Simone, and I'm based at Heritage University in Toppenish, Washington.
Peter, would you like to introduce yourself?
Dieter Borman, Communication Support with Contractor Central Plateau Cleanup Company, and I live in Kennewick.
Charles Lopresti.
Public at large, and I live in Richland.
Welcome. Dave Enan, I think we overlooked you at earlier introductions.
That's okay. I figured I'd get caught up in this anyway. Again, I'm Dave Enan with EPA. I live in Richland, have all my life, so glad to be here. Sorry I couldn't be there in person this afternoon, but I will be there this evening.
Right. Earl Fordham.
Good afternoon, all. Earl Fordham with the Washington State Department of Health, Office of Radiation Protection, and I do live and work locally here in Richland, West Richland.
Matthew Fountain.
Yeah, Matt Fountain, PNNL, Kennewick.
Thank you. John Stang.
I'm I'm a reporter monitoring the meeting for the Weapons Complex Monitor.
Great. Christy, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Christy Baptiste Eek of the Nez Perce Tribe, Environmental Restoration Waste Management, and I live in Lenore, Idaho.
Li Wang.
Hi, my name is Li Wang, Yakima Nation Yardaram. I'm a hydrogeologist living in Yakima.
Loanne.
Hello, I'm Loanne Ayers, representing local business. I'm a business owner in Kennewick United Way and Columbia Center Rotary. Live in Pasco.
Marissa.
Hi, I just joined. I had another meeting. Marissa Merger with the Nez Perce Tribe, hydrogeologist, and I'll actually be leaving the board shortly at the end of the month.
You're breaking our heart, Marissa.
I know, I'm really sad to leave the board. I really enjoy it and everyone is so amazing.
Oh, Michael Mays.
Hi there, Michael Mays, representing Washington State University. I live in West Richland.
Rose.
Hello, Rose Ferry, Yakima Nation. I'm alternate. I don't know if the package is through, but I will be an alternate, a new alternate. But I work for Yakima Nation Environmental Restoration Waste Management Program.
Shannon Cram is next on our list, and we're getting indications that her microphone isn't working well for her today. Shannon, I hope you'll forgive me for introducing you. Shannon is a representative of the University of Washington, and lives on the west side of the mountains, up in northern King County, I believe. I hope I got that right, Shannon. And I think I've gotten to the bottom of the list. Is there anybody we overlooked? We didn't mean to overlook you, but is there anybody who didn't introduce themselves who's in the room? All right. How are we doing on time? Wow. That took a lot less time than we budgeted. We're not scheduled for a break until 3 o'clock. Jan, should we move up the FY 2023 discussion, or do you want to take a break now and we'll huddle and figure out what comes next?
Well, I feel like we've just gotten started and I'm not really ready to take a break right now. So I wouldn't mind starting to hear about the work plan and the calendar for fiscal year 2023. Gary, is that all right with you?
Sure, give me a second to pull it up.
Yeah. So Josh has that. As I understand it, the board isn't going to take action on this today. But the discussion about what it is, what it contains, are there suggested revisions at all? The returning members will tell you this has been on the board agenda a couple of times. So a number of you have seen it. If you're new to the board, this is your first time out, feel free to ask questions. Our job is to make sure that you can share your perspectives and ask questions. So don't be shy about that. And I didn't expect we'd be running this early, so. Josh, can you throw the work plan up on the screen? Or Gary, do you want to start with the work plan or the calendar?
Yes, sorry, Ruth, to interrupt. Rob Davis had something to say.
Oh, great.
I thought we were actually going to vote on the work plan today. Why is that changed?
That's in day 2.
Yeah, okay. So you're saying tomorrow we'll vote on it?
Well,
Jan,
we'll show hands on it tomorrow.
Jan, do you want to field that question?
We have an issue having to do with the approval of packets. And for those people whose packets are not yet approved, are not authorized to vote. And we had expected that people's packets would have been approved by this date, but some things are just totally out of our hands. So in order for us to vote on anything, we have to have a quorum. And it would be very difficult for us to reach quorum in the way that we feel is necessary. We are not a board that is governed by the aye votes over the nay votes. We are a board that is a consensus board. And so the voice of every person is so important to us that even though I personally want to have the work plan for 2023 approved as soon as possible, we feel that having to maybe gerrymander, maybe somehow work up work up a quorum with people who have not yet been approved and don't yet have a full voice on the board, is not in our best interests. If 30 days is enough for us to be in a position to vote on the work plan, I think there's no harm, no foul. And we urge the Department of Energy to complete the packets.
The reason why I'm bringing that up is that we went to some effort to change our bylaws and have a new way of forming that quorum. And so I don't know why it's not being used. The second thing is that for the day we approve that, the time goes off for DOE to plan to bring presenters at that meeting. Okay, and right now that is a limiting factor, is allowing DOE the sufficient time. So maybe we should approve it in kind, or maybe there's some way to know that this is not going to delay the rest of our presentation through the year.
Yeah,
Rob,
okay, well, I just want to respond to Rob because I think your point is well taken. And also, I seem to remember that a month or so ago, we did kind of an interim approval of the 2023 work plan. But it gets to the point where since the fiscal year begins October 1st, and the work plan involves having presentations from agency representatives who require several weeks lead time in order to give presentations, that we really don't do ourselves any favors by not having the work plan approved. However, we still feel that it's important to follow a procedure that has been reached in a consensus process that is in the maybe the best interest. Susan, would you like weigh in on this at all? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I think that you're very articulate in these areas.
Thank you, I think. I think we had a discussion this morning and we had two concerns. One, that we have 25, 26 new members that have not had the opportunity to review the work plan and to understand its purpose and what's in it. The other piece, and so we wanted to give them the chance to look at it and spend some time with it. The other piece was we were concerned about the fact that they have not been approved by headquarters, so they cannot vote on the document. And we don't want to put them in a position where, pardon? What?
Okay, when she's done.
Sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but could we define who's been approved and who hasn't?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. When Susan's done, I do have a queue, so I was just waiting for her. Are you finished, Susan?
Anybody that is in the current package, new members, not extended members, but new members to the board are in the queue right now up at headquarters to be approved. So you're technically not approved by the Secretary of Energy to be on the board, which means you technically cannot vote. And we don't like that, because that's one of the reasons we put you all through orientation yesterday, to help you understand how the board operates and join the family. So we're trying to work our way through that process, be respectful of everyone and everyone's thoughts and feelings, and at the same time, still continue moving forward on business.
Okay.
So did that help?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. So I was going to move to Ruth, and then I have, James Myers, and then I have Rob P. Oh, does Chris, what's that? Oh, sorry, I missed Dan Solitz. You'll be after him.
Okay. Thank heavens Lacey is doing the queue. Just to put your mind at ease, at the June board meeting, the board adopted the fiscal year 2023 work plan as a provisional document. And Rob, the reason the board did that was exactly your concern. There's work that goes on to develop agendas and put together future meetings. And the group didn't want all of that to come to a screeching halt. So the work plan has been, we're calling it provisional. And that's what the facilitation team and the tri-party agreement agencies are using to plan things like November meetings. So planning hasn't come to a screeching halt, even though it hasn't been formally adopted in whole. So hopefully that alleviates some of your concerns. James, what's on your mind?
All right, there are the lights on. Okay. So you all can call me Todd. My parents have screwed everything up by naming me James and then deciding to call me by my middle name, Todd. So that's the confusion there. We can text my mother later. I assume that from what you've said that the new members are not, their packets have not been approved. Is that correct? Okay. So I can't vote. That's great. That's no problem. Issue number 2, under those circumstances, do we or do we not have a quorum?
It depends.
Okay. How,
You know, there's
what-
a couple of ways that we could like reach a quorum, but I think that the overriding issue really has to do with not having your letter yet and the letter from headquarters yet.
Okay.
And so I think we just hope that this is not going to adversely affect our forward progress. And even though it sounds like a dysfunctional part of the Hanford Advisory Board, I think that there's great signs of hope, both in the fact, well, not just both, but COVID has subsided. People are coming in person. They're willing to risk it and come and sit in a room together. Thank you for that.
So
we have so many excellent candidates that we want to hear from you. We want to get acquainted with you in an in-person, context where we can learn how we're going to work together when your packets get approved. And so I thank the Department of Energy for not only, approving the funds to make this happen, because these happen 4 or 5 times a year. We do it because it's a very effective way of getting work done. It's expensive, but it works. And so we are happy to be here in this context, and even the meeting yesterday and even the tour yesterday is all part of the commitment on the part of the Department of Energy to make sure that we move forward within the context of our restrictions. So
okay.
keep the faith, right?
All right. So I've worked in and around government for 22 years. It doesn't bother me that it sometimes take a little longer than we want. That's the way it is. As a new member, I don't. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to learn. I simply don't even feel knowledgeable enough to make decisions. If I were allowed to vote, I would simply be voting with everybody else. So however you want to do this is fine. If the concern is that the new members like me get up to speed in 30 days and then vote, I can tell you that I will not, even after 30 days, have knowledge enough to say, no, I think we should change the agenda. So I appreciate the concern, but if it makes people more comfortable and we have the quorum to do it now, I, as a new member, certainly don't mind.
Keeping in mind that we are a consensus board, and when we reach quorum, it's still not an up and down vote here, that we really are dedicated in our structure to making sure not only that everyone's voice is heard, but that we work to achieve agreement among us.
Okay, Ruth, are you doing the queue?
Yeah, so we've got Rob, Dan, Chris, and Stephen Q. And Gary is on deck to actually walk through the work plan so people can see, have an introduction to it, and what's inside of it. So if you're speaking to the work plan, let's do this. Rob, what's on your mind?
Being a new member, how am I going to know? Oh, there we go. How's that? Being a new member, how would I know if I've been accepted? I mean, does the letter come directly to me? Okay.
Gary? Gary, can you help Rob?
There we go. The light is on. I was waiting for my turn, so I guess I can go on and talk about the packet. This is something that, as Todd mentioned earlier, that wheels of government don't always move at the schedule that we would like for them to. And several times over the past couple of years, we've kind of found that to be the case during October. So we have lighter meetings during that time. For those of you who attended the orientation yesterday, all of you were in the packet that is being approved right now. There are a total of 15 steps from recruitment to appointment that we go through, and we're currently at step 15. The Deputy Secretary of the Department of Energy had the packet on Friday, which is the last report that I had. So we're that close to getting this thing over the line. What will happen when I am told that the packet is approved is I will immediately call leadership, let them know about it, and then I will have the letters and I will get those to you as quickly as email will allow. I'm fully expecting that to happen within the next few days. So that's where it is right now. So I hope that answers that question.
Dance.
To add on to that, because we have recognized this problem, the department with concurrence from ecology and EPA, we're making some changes so that we never have this issue again. And we're working, we understand where issues are, and we're working to mitigate that. So hopefully this is not going to be a conversation this time next year. Hope.
Yeah.
Dan Solitz. Chris Sutton, you're after Dan. Dan Solitz?
Thank you. This is my third consensus organization, and quite frankly, the most civil. And I think that it would send a stronger message to the Department of Energy, the Department of Ecology, and EPA in putting together their presentations that the work plan has been approved, and we'd be more assured of getting those presentations on time. I don't see a problem with the mechanics of it. If somebody wants to block consensus on approval of the work plan, then we just have to figure out whether or not they are a formal recognized member of the HAB. If they're not, then they can't block consensus. If they are, then they can. I seriously don't see anybody wanting to block consensus on this. I haven't heard anybody saying anything that leads me to believe that there is a disagreement on this. Thank you.
Chris Sutton and then Steve Anderson. Chris?
He put his card down, sorry.
Okay. Steve Anderson and then Tom Galiotto. Steve?
Yeah, I guess just to follow along, I do really appreciate Todd's comment, because I do think that being a new member, there's been quite a bit of discussion on the work plan, and it's a lot to have to take in. I think it's a great experience for you to participate. I don't want to decline anybody from participation, but I think we need to just move forward. I'm more concerned with Rob's comment about, DOE not having enough time, us being able to have to push things back again. And as Dan said, yeah, we've got people that can vote, we'll vote. And if somebody brings up an issue, we'll listen to it. Thanks.
Tom Galeotto.
Thanks. In looking at I know we haven't gotten to the HAB calendar yet, but in looking at the calendar, and if I'm interpreting the colors on this calendar and I'm somewhat colorblind, so I may not be right. If we don't approve the work planning calendar now, this week, then we aren't going to have the opportunity until the next full HAB meeting, which is in January. And if that's the case, a third of the year will have passed. It's somewhat problematic. Going back to what Steve and Dan and Rob and some others have said, it may be reasonable to approve it as we stand this week. Thank you.
Can I speak to that?
Yes, please.
So that's an excellent point. Next month in November, we're having a committee of the whole. And they're even at that point, the committees of the whole are not designated for that kind of consensus building work to be done. And once again, if we could get Susan to talk on that. But I mean, I would be curious to know, just on the basis of the people who are in the room, if Josh has been calculating the quorum and what his results are. But go ahead, Susan, if you can add clarity to the question.
Clarity. Okay. Tom, since that work plan was put together, one of the changes that has happened to the November meeting, which was initially characterized as a committee of the whole, is it has been federal registered to allow business to occur during that meeting, because we've discovered some other business, such as the elections for the chair and the vice chair, that need to happen before the January meeting to start the year off. So that is now being constructed as a business meeting, as opposed to a no business meeting, committee of the whole.
See, that is reassuring, if that's true, right? So somehow the title of the meeting has been brought into line with doing business. So.
It's true. Gary has already submitted the Federal Register notification for that meeting, which brings us in for the new members. In order to comply with FACA, the Federal Advisory Committee Act, we have to have a public meeting. In order to have a public meeting, it has to be notified through the Federal Register. So for a public meeting to do business, Gary Younger has to submit to the Federal Register a public notification so that the public can attend, if they so choose, that we're having a business meeting.
I like it.
Ruth?
Let's go to Ryan and Pam, please.
If I can just make a recommendation, can we have Gary go into the work plan and describe it? I feel like we're going into a bit of a rabbit hole in the weeds, and we could probably answer some questions by Gary presenting on the work plan. Thank you.
I also have Rob Thompson, so I'll just keep you guys in queue for after.
Okay, Gary.
Who's we? You've used the term euphemistically, so I don't know, is that the Department of Energy, Department of Ecology, and the chair in regards to we thought this? I don't know who we is, first question. And the other one, when it comes to the work plan, was this kind of a top-down, again, the we's made a decision for the work plan, or did that come from the bottom up? And maybe in your discussion, you can answer both those questions, but those are questions that You know, I'm that little brown-eyed, blue-eyed dog kind of cocking my head. I don't remember being part of we. So I'm just curious where that came from.
So
Let's just go.
yeah, we'll just have Gary. Is that okay, Pam? If we have Gary talk, and then we'll go to you after. We'll go ahead for the work plan.
Okay, interesting discussion. Hopefully, as we go through the work plan, I can go through it reasonably quickly enough where folks can understand it. Stop me if you have a question. I'm willing to help out as best as we can. To answer some of the questions that have been brought forth, this is not the first time that we didn't approve a work plan at the beginning of the cycle. And the board has given me provisional permission to use the work plan as a planning document, which means that until the document is formally adopted, I am continuing to look at the dates. I am continuing to line up the presentations, and I'm continuing to prepare the subject matter experts so that there is no delay in meetings. The department is committed to keeping forward momentum for this board. And even if we're in a situation where we are presenting information for information's sake only and not something that where we can vote on, we're still going to continue to bring information to the board. That level of communication is that important to the department. So going through the work plan, the first part of the work plan is more administrivia. We're talking about what the board is, what the committees are, the scopes of committees, things like that. There's a link on there that shows you where meetings are posted. That way you get a chance to review documents and meetings in the past. So the main substance of the first, was it 3 pages are for your reading pleasure. The next is there's discussion about the meetings, and there was actually a lot of discussion around the membership about how we wanted to do meetings. And one of those is actually this meeting right now. In the past, we had been meeting starting at 9 a.m. in the morning during a work day, concluding at 4 o'clock the next day, and then continuing on the second day to either 12 o'clock or until 4 o'clock, depending on how much business we had. And that worked great for those who could take the time off to attend those meetings. For members of the public who have to worry about putting food on the table and deciding whether they want to attend a board meeting, or for other members who want to attend a board meeting or take a day of vacation to attend a meeting, that kind of became difficult to answer for a while. So what we've done is we have shifted things around a little bit. So we're going to have a business meeting in the afternoon of the first day, like we're doing right now. Then we're going to have a public component in the evening starting at 5:30 tonight, where some of the major discussion items will be presented with the hope and expectation that we'll have more of the public involved in that. Plus, family members are welcome to be a part of. And those who can't show up in person, they're more than welcome to join by teams. We want to try to open the doors as much as we possibly can for that dialogue with the community. The second half of the second day of the board meeting, we will have that during the morning of the second day, and a lot of it is going to depend on what the agenda will drive for ending times. Tomorrow, the ending time will be at 11:45 or 11:30 for the HAB meeting. Then we'll break for a short time and then have a public meeting from 11:45 until 1 o'clock. And the HAB is more than welcome to stay for that. We want to hear your opinions, suggestions, comments, etc. And hopefully the public will attend for that. Also discussion of other meetings that we have throughout, timings for the various committee meetings. Um, You heard discussion about what issue manager teams are, where you look at a specific topic and decide whether there's any advice or not, and then committee calls. Um, So that part is pretty much what we have done in one form or another for years. And I think that as you get more involved with the board, it'll really click and make a lot of sense to you. The next section, starting at the bottom of page 4 and then running through the rest of the document, is the notional calendar that we're using for planning purposes. And I say the word notional because we understand that sometimes life happens and we might need to change a date because there's a conflict or something like that. So while we prefer that this document that we have in front of us is what we're working to for this year, we recognize there may be some changes to that. That will be with the agreement of the committee and the board leadership. The department is not going to just willy-nilly change a date. So that is one that's when we make changes like that, that's done in agreement and with concurrence of all the parties involved. In fact, the 2 committees that we have set up for next month, the River and Plateau Committee and the Health, Safety, and Environmental Protection Health Protection Committees have flipped their date at the request of one of the chairs. So there's enough flexibility here, but this is what we're using for the planning guidance. We also have the main topics that we're going to have for our board meetings. Board meetings for this next year will include October 19th and 20th, which we are in the middle of that right now. Then you're going to be looking at the next board meeting, June 25th and 26th. Then we're looking at April 19th and 20th. We are discussing having that at a location outside of the Tri-City area. That way we can get out and reach more people. The next board meeting beyond that is going to be in August of next year. So we've got the dates here. So you can use this as your planning calendar right now. So please go on and start marking this in your personal calendars so that you can kind of arrange your life around that. Like I said, this right now is kind of at a 95% solution. And that other 5% is if a committee needs to change something or for some other reason beyond that. Does that make sense? Okay, I see a lot of north-south head waving, so I'll take that as a good sign. The work plan, so if you scroll on starting at page 7, what we have done is we've broken up some topics into broad categories so that we could fit a topic that is appropriate for that time. So the topics that we're going to have for the next River and Plateau Committee meeting will actually be on groundwater. Just because you've got it listed as topic number 4 on here doesn't mean that that's the order that we're going to do it. We just happen to run a list, and the list that's here for the committees of the topics, that's an arbitrary list. It doesn't mean that topic number 1 is more important than topic number 4. It's a list that we will get to through the year. As we go on down, we've got each of the committees that has their own topic list. So you've got the Tank Waste Committee, Health, Safety, Environmental Protection Committee. I'm not going to read everything because I would imagine that y'all have at least had a chance to scan through it. We've also got a couple of other topics that will probably kind of also take these into committees of the whole and maybe within board meetings with increasing HAB member and public participation. And Justice 40 is a hot topic that's coming out of the White House. So I would imagine that that particular topic is going to kind of be a reasonably important one throughout this year. And as we get into this, you'll understand why we're going to be talking a lot more about that. In fact, Mr. Vance is going to touch on that topic this evening during his update. And then the Executive Issues Committee, you really don't have to pay a whole lot of attention to that list unless you are a chair or vice chair of a committee, because that's kind of a restricted membership to the leaders of the various committees. So that's where they get together and discuss things that help steer the board and help drive discussion, things like that. If you have something that the Executive Issues Committee needs to know, that input is welcome. So contact your particular committee chair so that that can be raised as well. Any questions on that part? Yes.
Sorry, this is Michelle Holt. I had two just quick questions. One would be under the calendar, and it talks about committee meetings quarterly, but it doesn't appear that all committees meet quarterly. So I was just not sure if that was quarterly as a recommendation depending on things that need to be talked about. So that was one question. The second one was about the work plan topics and just how or who determines those topics?
Sure. A very good question. Not every committee is going to need to meet every quarter. So, and there's also going to be a potential for combined meetings. So, like I said, that's the flexible part. So that's why I said this is a 95% document there to account for some of that. As far as who decides the work plan, the board has a very large hand in this. A lot of this, it comes from two different directions. One is what are the needs of the department and the regulators? What is it that we're looking for possible advice on? Some of the things that are coming up that we're looking to make some decisions on, that we want the board to give us advice on and your thoughts or ideas. The second is what is it that the board is really interested in? And we've had a kind of a standing work plan throughout the years. And as we have those discussions, we mark them off the list. And invariably, there's something that stays on the list that is of importance to somebody. And we just try and get it into the next list because we have only so many meetings, so much time. So it's kind of a collaborative process to make sure that we get items on the work plan. And we're going to start building the next work plan in the spring. So if there's something that you see on here that you believe is important, that doesn't fit within one of these categories, be thinking about that. And then we can look at adding that, in the springtime as we start to work on this. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Josh, can we take a look at the calendar, please? Yes, Roberto, I'm sorry.
Hi, I also want to clarify to everybody else regarding the meetings. We have a line, sorry. We have a line item at the bottom of page 4 that says call to meetings may be added, canceled, or rescheduled as needed. So it isn't going to be set in stone. It's flexible to accommodate for that.
Thank you. What you have is up on the screen is the provisional calendar that, just like the work plan, I've been given provisional authority to use as a planning document. And we've got some colors on here that help guide you through what's going on here. If you're colorblind, I'm sorry, we'll figure out a way to do this better. But for the most part, what you're looking at is the red dates, and those are listed as board meetings. The purple dates, those are federal holidays. So on federal holidays, of course, for the most part, the department is going to be off. Many of those holidays, and I believe also the EPA is going to be off on those same days since it's a federal agency. And many of those dates, the Department of Ecology will be closed. And also many of those dates that you see as federal holidays, the facilitation team is also off. So we don't schedule anything during those times. The blue that you see, those are committee meetings. Now, don't freak out by seeing so much blue on there scattered throughout. All the committees are in blue, and we've got all the various committees. For the most part, what you're going to have is either half day or a full day of a committee on one day, or depending on the amount of business to be taken care of, we may have two committees having half-day meetings on the same day. A lot of it, that's the flexibility that I mentioned as the board needs as we go forward. The brown dates, those are the dates for the Executive Issues Committee so that the leadership can mark that in your calendars. And then the green dates, we typically try to have phone calls just to check and make sure that agendas are on track, that we have speakers set up, or if there's any issues that we need to discuss that will impact the upcoming meeting. A lot of those calls last anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour. It depends on what all needs to be discussed, but it's kind of just a check-in to make sure that everybody's on the same sheet of music and that we are continuing to make progress as we move along. And let's see, yes, the yellow dates that you see in June for the 13th and the 14th, every year we have something called a leadership conference. And that's where we discuss and build this work plan. So it's a collaborative effort between the department, ecology, EPA, facilitation team, the members of the leadership of the board to come up with what we're going to be looking at for the next year. And then the board will typically see that sometime right after that. I apologize, I don't have a date on here. The next board meeting that we have after that is August, and I think there's something missing on here, but we'll make sure that the board gets a copy of that as soon as we possibly can, so you can review that for that board meeting and hopefully vote on it. But what questions do you have? I've gone over this quickly. Yes, Dan.
Yeah, it's not directly related to the work plan. It's not directly related to the work plan, but for the benefit of the new folks here, could you go into the scheduling, how IM teams are scheduled, how they're formed and scheduled so that folks can see how the advice itself builds in the meeting structure?
Actually, Jan, would you like to talk about the advice building process?
Yes, but first I want to hear from Pam Larson because she's been waiting. So let's do that, and then we'll get back to talking about the work plan.
No one has expressed any reservations about approving this today. So if we have enough people here that are full-fledged members, fleshed out by people on the phone, I think we should proceed. If there is a desire to change the plan in the future, we can do that. But to have a framework to proceed, I mean, we've been struggling with this for months. I mean, this is not new coming before many of us. And it's been negotiated. So, and we're in transition from the ways we've done business in the past. And those of us that have been around for a while, are a little nervous, but let's approve it. Let's go forward if we've got enough people here and on the phone. Thank you.
I've got Chris in queue. Ruth, did you want to talk before Chris, or should I just go straight to Chris? You're on mute, Ruth.
Go straight to Chris, please.
Okay.
I agree with Pam. I think if it's possible to approve the work plan, I think we should do it right now or tomorrow, where it's indicated on the agenda item about 9 o'clock or so.
Ruth?
There are 18 seats represented with either an alternate or a primary member in the room or online as of this moment.
Is that a consensus?
Okay, this is awkward. Historically, we have defined quorum for the HAB as 19 seats. And that's based on a seat count. There are alternate views on whether that is the number to use. Mike, can you help me in your role as a DDFO about how to proceed?
Yeah, I'm somewhat surprised we're having the conversation, frankly. We had discussed this earlier about quorum. We discussed this earlier during EIC, and it was my understanding that there was an understanding. I think that there is evidence that there is not an understanding, and it's something that we should take back, and we should work to gain a further understanding on before we proceed further.
So you can see how difficult this is because we have, this commitment to a consensus process. We have structural and, foundational documents that may need to be revised, but we are working with what we have. We are talking about how to improve things. And then the packet thing, you just can't fix that from here. It's just not possible. So I was asked to speak to the process of bringing advice or the work plan. In part, it's informational. So as you look at page 7 through page 8, each one of those boxes represents a committee. And don't take that lightly. The committees do identify priority issues of what they want to learn about because they have questions. There's lots that goes on out at the site, and reports come out, and they hear conversation among people that have interest in the topics that are under the committee headings. And heavens knows that particularly for the River and Plateau Committee and the Tank Waste Committee, the topics are legion. So they kind of have to narrow it down and say these are things that are perhaps going to get ripe during the year, things that may be coming up for some kinds of decisions or rods, so on. Anyway, these topics bubble up from the committees themselves. So you can be assured that these topics are try to engage the agencies so that realistic and policy level advice can be constructed from the information that we learn, that the committees learn. IM teams are kind of the lowest building block of that people who have a special interest in a particular topic form IM teams, and they do the research, they learn, they have a personal commitment to the IM team, and largely they meet by telephone, but there were probably times when there were more IM meetings kind of worked in, I don't know. But at any rate, the IM teams come up with topics that come up with the basis for advice. They might write an early draft of advice. And then when it's ready, it's brought right to the committee. And you can see that the calendar becomes, very important in this regard, because you have to be aiming for the red squares, because eventually the advice is going to be approved in the full HAB committee. But before that, it has to be approved by the IM team. They have to write advice, they have to draft advice. It goes through a kind of arduous process of editing. Then it goes into the committees themselves. And once again, many more points of view come to apply to the draft advice. And so it is once again subject to consensus building. So by the time the committee agrees that it's ready to go to the full board, you have had quite a few people who have applied their intelligence to the draft advice. And so they themselves are in support of the advice, every word. And then it goes to the full board meeting, and we have a first reading of the draft advice on the first day. And it's an exciting time, because some people have only really kind of seen the advice for the first time. People from other committees who haven't been involved in it. But every person's consensus is sought for that advice. And so there's lots of wordsmithing that goes on, and really puts the facilitation team on their best kind of technical kind of putting together consensus. You have to speak with people, there's give and take. It's a really kind of an exciting time in advice preparation. And then the meeting ends at the end of the first day, and 3 or 4 people say, oh yeah, we'll work on editing it with the facilitation team after hours. And so after the meeting is over, and maybe for 2 or 3 hours again before the end of the day, the draft advice is pulled together in a form that has enough consensus that it can be brought to the second day of the board with some expectation that it will be approved by consensus by everyone. And part of that is because everyone has had a chop on it the first day. But there's still a little bit of editing that goes on, and deciding to whom it will be sent. And when you are successful, it's a successful meeting. But here I am saying again that those blue squares that are committee meetings are where that advice is going to be directed from the committees to the full board meeting. And so the advice is kind of being aimed at the red boxes. So we don't have a lot of opportunities in a year, 4 meetings a year. And so in that way, you can see why approving the work plan actually puts these meetings more into play than they would be if we waited even for another month. So we may have agreed not to approve the work plan today. I think that's really possible. But you can see where the work of the committee, we're being charged with providing high-level policy advice to the tri-party agencies about these topics that the committees themselves initiated. So they learn, they talk to each other, they figure it out, they write it. It gets, subjected to what we call the sausage making. And eventually it gets, turned out of the committee, and then it is brought to the full board for a process that is kind of customary. That's the best part of the board meetings is when we are able to turn out the very best advice with consensus of every person through their own voice. So it's worthwhile work.
So I've got Tom and then Steve in queue. Is that okay, Ruth? Did you have anything to say?
Keep going.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Thank you. I've got a specific questions on page 8 of the work plan under the Budget and Contract Committee, and I'd probably defer to Chris on this question or to Jan and Gary, but the listed items for the Budget and Contract Committee shows Prime Contracts 101 as an item. And while that discussion is probably important, particularly for the new members of the HAB and the committee, one of the items that has been a long-standing requested item for discussion and update from DOE is the status of the indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, IDIQ end state contracting process that we've requested information on. It falls into that topic under prime contracts, but not prime contracts 101. That's a different topic. So I guess I would suggest consideration of adding both of those items to that one line. Thank you.
Steve? Sorry, I didn't see you, Chris. Go ahead.
Thanks, Tom. In talking with Gary about just what you said, there was some concern that if we said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Gary, there's some concern that if we said IDIQ contracts, end state contracts, that it might get interpreted as are the contracts at Hanford being effective? And we didn't really want to go there. So we thought we could just put a generic phrase like prime contracts. And I've given Gary a list of questions that might be asked, which would include what is the nature of the IDIQ, what do we mean by end states? But we didn't want to have something that would get into possibly someone thinking we're talking about, are these contracts effective? You know, so it's more educational, and it was thought to be an informal discussion. You know, have a couple people knowledgeable about contracts, and it'd be kind of a question and answer period where anybody could ask questions about contracts, but it'd be an informal discussion about the nature of contracts. More educational and informational than anything else. Is that about what we talked about, Gary? Sound right?
That is correct, Chris.
Okay, so Steve?
Mine is just, I guess my question is along the lines of back to what is consensus. I'm just kind of not getting it, but we have a 38-member board. Is that what we're saying? And that's why 19 is it? Even though we have disqualified members that aren't members yet, and they still somehow make up the whole? I mean, if you have 12 people that are waiting, the board is now made up of 26, not 38. Am I missing something?
I think that what the formula that is being used has to do with 50% plus one. Is that correct?
Right, but if you've got 12 outstanding, they're not members of the board.
Well,
Then-
and we're
then
not,
now
it's true, we're not counting them
Right, then
in the seats today.
right, so 50% of 26, it's clearly we're well beyond that.
Ah, interesting.
Let me make a suggestion from afar. The EIC did talk about quorum issues at its last phone call. We're actually running a bit early. So my proposal is if there are not specific questions on the work plan and calendar, we could break now. We were scheduled to break at 3:00. This would be early, and the members of the Executive Issues Committee who are there at the meeting could caucus somewhere in the meeting room. Lacey, you'll have to help me find a place. And talk through the quorum issue as leadership of the HAB to figure out what path forward might exist for this meeting. Because this is sort of an awkward conversation without a clear exit strategy. Would that be acceptable, Mike?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
Ruth, I think this deserves further discussion. If folks are willing to have that discussion in a break, I think that's worthwhile. I don't know if that discussion will produce the outcomes that are needed here today.
I'm sensing, and I'm not in the room to read the room. I'm just sensing that we're now sort of wandering through this, and I want to use your time well and not frustrate all of you. And I'm sensing frustration is growing, and that just doesn't serve us well. Pam, you're in queue.
I'm very willing to have an executive issue committee meeting, but the question is, if we say yes, we should proceed. Will DOE accept that? And if DOE won't accept it, we don't really need to have the conversation.
Oh, I did want to know if Dan, did your question get answered about the work plan, Dan Solitz? You had a question about the calendar before. Did you feel like that question was answered before we?
I think so. I'd like a little bit more of a definitive answer so that people understand that the IM teams call themselves together and they don't have to go to the Federal Registry, give 30 days notice or anything like that. That it's just, it's an on the spot sort of thing for the IM teams just to get together informally and work things out.
Okay, Ruth, did you want to do that after? Whatever you think.
Dan, this is Gary. I can answer that question for you. On the calendar that we have, IM teams are not scheduled because they can happen at the needs of the committee. There is one caveat that there must be a FACA trained DOE federal person as part of that meeting, just to make sure that we're in compliance with the Federal Advisory Committee Act rules. It's not to guide or influence the discussion, but it's to make sure that we remain painted inside the lines. So I am committing that I will do everything to adjust my calendar to meet IN team requests. And if I'm not available, then Mike will be the backup for IM teams. And we do have another person who's on medical leave right now who could be the third person, but I don't ever foresee us needing to go to the third string on that. I will probably attend virtually all of the IM teams.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's take a break. What do you say? Have we talked about this enough for the moment?
I wanted Gary to clear up a conversation we had. Okay, and you mentioned that, yes, if you're going to have a meeting of an IM team, you need to be there. If we're going to have a phone call with somebody on the IM team, you don't have to be there. Because a lot of the previous advice that our committee had done was formulated on phone calls.
Sure. And I understand that. And under the guidelines that, in fact, I even had headquarters stand me up in the corner and say, here's the rules, Gary. I have to be there as part of the calls. So I don't care whether it's calls, teams, or we meet down at Black Rock Coffee House. I have to be there.
Thank you.
Let me suggest that we go to Rebecca and then we do a time check. Because we're running significantly early and I don't want you spinning your wheels. Rebecca.
Thanks, Ruth. So my question goes back to Mike. When you talked about we could have a conversation, who would that involve? Are you talking about with the EIC? Or I'm not sure who that would all involve.
It wasn't my suggestion. So if that is the IC, that's fine with me. Chair, Vice Chair, your decision. Agencies, I'm willing to participate. That's what I said. Quite frankly, I'd rather not have that discussion here on a break because I think it's going to take longer, but I'm willing to participate if that's the direction you want to go.
Okay.
So Jan, the I don't know if this is an opportunity or a challenge. We had been scheduled to take a break at 3 and then have the discussion about the work plan. We're running really, really, really early. So it is possible, and the stuff for tomorrow doesn't move up easily. The presentation things are hardwired to those times because of the people we have coming in to do those presentations. So it's a question of how do you want to use or not use the time between now and when we reconvene at 5:30 for the tri-party agreement agency updates. Off the top of my head, you can have a longer supper break. You can have an impromptu EIC discussion. I'm sort of searching for what comes next. And I'm doing
Gary,
it out loud.
yeah, Gary had put his card up.
Okay.
One of the things that we can do is those of you who were on the orientation trip yesterday, we took a group photo, which was everybody. We'd like to take a second photo, and I apologize, we should have done that yesterday, so throw the rock at me. What we'd like to do is get a photo of just the board members right after this when we get ready to head off to break. We've got somebody who's far better with a camera than I am who will likely take one that's in focus. So as soon as we break here, that will take up some time, and maybe we can come up with something else that can, I think we also at some point need to get some individual shots, because one of the things that's really missing from our website is for people to see who's actually on this board. And that's one of the things that we want to look at doing for the website upgrade. So if nothing else, I would really like to get the board members outside, and Amber Peters, the talented photographer who's in the back there, it will set everybody up the way she wants when we take a break and decide whatever it is that we're going to do. If you are sitting in this room and you are not someone who's a support member, agency, facilitator, then yes, we want your photograph, whether you are appointed or not.
Thank you, Gary. Ruth, I have Chris in queue.
Sorry,
Just
I was
a
muted.
thought about voting on the work plan or not. If we can vote on it today, when you look at the calendar, we have fewer meetings scheduled than we have had in years past. If we vote on it today, then we don't have to take the time in a future meeting to go through all of this again. And we can maybe do something else that would be of more interest or more beneficial to the members of the board.
So Madam Chair, it looks like there are 3 options that I'm seeing. One is to take a break and use the spare hour to take photos of the group and headshots of the current and incoming members. One is to take a break and have the EIC discuss how to move forward on approving the work plan potentially at this meeting. And the third is to just adjourn and have a longer supper break. Thoughts on which option you prefer? I can't see the room, so I can't read what's going on.
If we were to take a break so that the EIC could talk about the quorum issues and come to some agreement, it may be worthwhile to come back and take a vote. But the photographer thing, that's kind of a new wrinkle. So I think, we're going to take a break, but it really is, I mean, it's an activity. So people will not be able to, get a drink of water. They'll be getting their picture taken. So I think that we should, if it's 3:00 now and we are breaking for dinner at 4, I think that we should do the photograph before we lose anybody. And then, we'll try to come to some agreement about this quorum issue in the interim, perhaps while we're saying cheese. So let's take a break. Well, we'll come back. I mean, you have to at least get your purse, right?
So Jan, if we take a break, are we reconvening, or are we taking a break, doing photos, and then people move on to getting whatever supper they want?
That's a good question.
Maybe don't leave quite yet, everyone. We're still trying to decide what we're doing. So yeah, just give us one quick second, and then we will decide what we're doing.
In a way, the agenda keeps us on the hook till 4, but.
Why don't we take a break till 3:15, and at 3:15 we will have an answer.
Will that be enough time to take pictures of headshots?
Great. Let's come back at 3:15. Okay, Ruth, we'll go ahead and have you start us.
Okay, I wasn't part of the discussions over break, so I'm gonna have to ask Jan or someone to fill us in on what comes next. I'm flying a little blind.
Just the way we planned it, Ruth. So anyway, we got our picture taken during the break. If we can just, make a couple of announcements about what is transpiring among us, we can adjourn for dinner and be back at 5:30 for the agency briefings, which are always so interesting. You don't want to miss that. So a little bit extra time for dinner will help. So we have just a lot of threads in this conversation. Has to do with unapproved seats, 2 different ways of calculating quorum. But the other thing that I didn't understand is that it really is on the agenda for approval tomorrow. So just like I was describing in having to do with advice, HAB advice is that you have a reading on the first day and then you vote, or, you come to a decision on the second day. So we think that it is the very best way to move forward is to plan to vote on it tomorrow, which gives you the advantage of being able to read this and look at the calendar So especially for people who have not, you know, put eyes on this stuff before, I think that it's kind of winds up being your homework so that you are prepared with any, any questions tomorrow before we are hoping, we are aiming to try to take a vote. So I think that there are still some things that we have to work out having to do with the methods of calculating quorum, but I'm feeling pretty good about it. And I think we're just a little bit surprised at the level of support for the work plan in this room, that there isn't really anybody who's saying that we shouldn't approve it. And so as we find a way to do it within the scope of our regular rules and procedures, we're going to try to do that tomorrow. So we need everybody here again tomorrow, but we're going to be starting early, and we are not going to be here all day. So welcome to the HAB. You get a little taste of HAB politics on your first day, but we don't want to overwhelm you with this sense of kind of, I don't know, getting stuck. We don't want to get stuck. So are there any questions before we take a long dinner?
Jan, one of the habits of the HAB is we put the action items on the second day first up on the agenda. That's by design. And it's so we maximize the opportunity for people to be here to contribute to the discussion and the quorum. So encouraging people to come at 9 and be here for that discussion. The more people that are here, the better off we are.
Yes, thank you. And to remind you again that the agency updates start at 5:30, and they're not to be missed. It really gives you guidance about where the work is going and what people are seeing that the HAB can do to support the mission here at Hanford. So enjoy your dinner, and we'll see you at 5:30.
I just want to say maybe plan to be a little bit earlier so you could be in your seats when they start at 5:30. Thanks.
Should I speak to them?
Yeah. Thanks.
Welcome back to the evening session of the Hanford Advisory Board. This new model that we have are trying out to see how it is to make our meetings available to the public in the evening hours when people aren't necessarily at work. And for the first portion of this evening session, we are having the managers from the tri-party agencies coming to brief us on items of interest to the HAB. So we welcome them.
Yes, thank you, Jan. We're going to start with the Department of Energy. We have Brian Vance, the manager of Richland Operations and Office of River Protection. Brian.
I think there's a presentation, right? Okay. Well, I'll start with just sharing my appreciation for the opportunity tonight. It's always good to have these kind of venues now that we're back in a little bit more of a normal mode. For the site, we always start our meetings with either a safety message or a ethics message, and we carry these little booklets to create that opportunity. The safety aspect I'll talk a little bit about as we go, but it's really important for us as we focus on the health and safety of our workforce and doing the work we do, that the culture supports that type of approach. And we use these culture moments in this book to highlight those types of themes. We really have got a good story to tell tonight, a lot of tremendous progress but from the department and our contractor partners, certainly with the support of the regulators at the site. I know you recognize the vital mission, and we really do appreciate the work we're able to accomplish on behalf of not only the site personnel and team, but the community in the Pacific Northwest. Again, a success story I think we'll talk our way through tonight about delivering exceptional progress during a period of, as you all recognize, very dynamic change and challenge. Not only inherent in just the natural complexity of the cleanup effort at this Hanford site, but also obviously the pandemic and the implications before, during, and after. And we're still seeing some of those implications in the supply chain and some of the other challenges that we continue to face. But our team, I think, continues to perform exceptionally well in that environment and create really positive outcomes in the site mission. I also appreciate the opportunity to do this, have this venue in the evening to give us a chance to maybe broaden participation, because the more people that we can reach and talk about the Hanford cleanup in a way that's accessible and understandable, I think is important for awareness, knowledge, and ultimately support of the great work that our team is doing across the site. First slide, it's a little bit of an eye chart in this venue, but there's a couple elements that I'll highlight here. One, I picked the term enterprise, and you've probably heard, and you'll see at the end of the presentation, the One Hanford logo, because it's really important to the success that we're delivering today, and more important, the success of the future, that despite the fact that we are 2 DOE offices, we're 6 contractors that are prime contractors, multiple contract types, we have to function as a single integrated team to create the positive progress that we are across the site in the current environment and what we perceive the environment of the future. We're the largest single enterprise in the Tri-Cities community. We operate on a budget of $2.7 billion per year, roughly, and with an employment of greater than 10,000 people between the department, the contractors, and the subcontractors. We have a big footprint, and our objective as a leadership team is to create a unity of vision and purpose for all 10,000 people pulling the same direction every day to create spectacular outcomes in a cleanup of national prominence. The site overview, I think most of you are aware of this, the site, 586 square miles, 3 main areas, the Hanford Reach area that kind of runs around to the north, east, north, and then west of Highway 240. No cleanup effort in progress there, all managed on our behalf by U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And then the site proper from the 300 and 400 area in the south along the river corridor and then the Central Plateau. And really most of the work, as I'll talk about as we go forward, is really resides in the Central Plateau. I won't read the mission statement. I think we've talked about that enough. I think a different way perhaps to think about it that I think is constructive is we're chartered with maximizing risk reduction per dollar invested by Congress. We do that safely, efficiently, we deliver that taxpayer value, and that's that virtuous circle of progress creates support, which creates progress or support in Congress, which creates the funding to enable us to continue our work. I have the key activities on the slide just to highlight the breadth and diversity of the portfolio of operations, activities, and projects we operate at a very, very high level, from groundwater programs through construction, ground remediation, demolition, and operations across the site. Really, I think is a testament to the contractor team and their focus on excellence, but also really it's helpful to appreciate, and I know the folks that have visited the site recently understand the very diverse nature of the work. And then from a leadership team focus area, I've listed them there. I've talked about the health and safety workforce. The Department of Energy focus at the end of the day is to create the conditions on the site for world-class contractors to deliver world-class progress, world-class performance, and optimizing the safe delivery of progress on the Hanford site mission. So all of those aspects, those 5 areas that I highlight here, I'll talk more about those incrementally throughout the presentation, but you'll hear those themes time and time again about the operations-based culture, the transition we're making to an ops culture from what used to really be a demolition and construction site, the focus on being a fair and demanding customer to our contractors, creating the stakeholder and tribal support and awareness and support for the mission we execute, and really that exceptional teamwork inside the site proper so that we can perform our functions very, very effectively and very well. The next slide is a vehicle we've used routinely to talk about the top cleanup priority for the Hanford site, which is the tank waste treatment and disposition mission. This is the direct feed low activity waste operations overview. It, on one slide, characterizes the 2 DOE offices, all contractors, teamwork that's got to occur for a vitrification plant that's going to operate 24/7, 365 for decades to progress the cleanup mission by vitrifying the low activity waste fraction of the tank waste. And it's not only helpful in talking about this site-wide machine that we're preparing to operate, but it also was helpful in helping our site population reimagine the site to start that mental shift to a fundamentally different operating mode than they've ever had to operate since the end of the national security mission in 1989. We have folks that have worked on the site for 30 years that don't know what this feels like to operate in this manner. So we've used this to talk about that and help them understand the transition we're making. So I'll just talk about it briefly because it sort of enables some of the follow-on slides. You can see where the green arrow starts. That's the AP tank farm. It's effectively, I'll call it adjacent. Those who've been on the site know it's not exactly adjacent. It's close to where the waste treatment plant complex is. But that's the starting point for the tank waste that is treated. You can see the tank waste moved from AP 107 to the tank side cesium removal system, which I'll talk about in the next slides. From there to tank AP 106, that's the treated feed that's ready for vitrification. That will be transported or transferred over to the waste treatment plant. Ultimately, for the product of the plant, which is large canisters of vitrified tank waste, which will then move through those transporters over to the integrated disposal facility that you can see to the right above the circle on the bottom part of the slide. And I'll talk about each of these elements as I go. You also see to the upper right corner the liquid effluent retention facility and the effluent treatment facility, which will be used necessary for byproducts from the vitrification process. And ultimately, that machine is supported by a number of other unique operations, infrastructure operations, Hanford Fire, Hanford Patrol, power, water, sewer, IT, that supports the site. Transitioning from, again, that construction demolition site operations model to 24/7, 365. So no longer can we have an electrical problem on the site on a Thursday late afternoon, come back and fix it on Monday. We've got 2 melters operating 24/7, 365. We have to have the infrastructure team within our utilities organizations to be responsive. It changes the number of people we have on call. It changes our sparing. It changes our response strategies. It changes our procedures. All those evolutions are occurring today to prepare for, as early as the end of next year, the start of the tank waste treatment mission beginning, tank waste vitrification at the waste treatment plant. So that's a construct and an overview of the direct feed low activity waste program. And the next slides, I'll show you some pictures and talk a little bit more about the current state of play. So the next slide, as I did on the previous graphic, the tank side cesium removal system, or TSCR, and I try not to use acronyms first because in the Navy nuclear propulsion program, you're not allowed to use acronyms, so it kind of got it burned out of my brain early in my career. But so far we've treated 2 batches of tank waste. We have almost 380,000 gallons of tank waste treated, sitting in AP 106, ready to be transitioned over to the waste treatment plant. And we've got between 5 and 7 batches that will execute prior to the start of the waste treatment plant operations to have 1 million gallons of tank waste sitting prepared for delivery to the waste treatment plant when the waste treatment plant is ready to start vitrification operations. We're using these first 2 batches that we've completed to think about, I call them the ilities, the operability, maintainability, because we're really trying to optimize TSCR operations to be in a position when the waste treatment plant starts to vitrify waste, we're practiced processes and we've compressed the time to safely change out ion exchange columns and do the planned maintenance operations on the district unit itself to minimize the downtime to continue to prepare tank waste to ship over the waste treatment plant. Because once those melters are operating, we want to continue to feed tank waste, continue vitrifying, and optimize the amount of waste that we're able to vitrify through the process. So district unit batch 3 will start likely in the February timeframe. We've got some work to do relative to those ilities as I talked about. But the team is doing a great job and we're on track for that next batch. And we're well on track to have 1 million gallons ready for waste treatment plant operations by the end of next year. The waste treatment plant, I'll talk about in a minute in a little more detail on the next slide. But what you can see on the left-hand picture, those are bubblers. And the individual that's there is up on the melter deck, on top of the melter. Those bubblers are used when the waste treatment plant is operating to basically circulate the glass, the molten glass, to make sure the mixing is good. They have to be replaced periodically, and there's 18 melter locations. And what you see there, besides the finished plant, Bechtel and the WTCC team, the waste treatment completion contractor company, went through all those 18 positions with all the bubblers to make sure everything worked as a part of our overall process to be ready to start melter heat up that we started on the 8th of October. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes. To the right, you see the integrated disposal facility. That's the concrete pad where the hot, from a temperature perspective, ion exchange, not exchange, canisters of glass will sit until they're cool enough to be placed into the integrated disposal facility. That pad is now in place, and the work at the integrated disposal facility is really tied to replacement of a couple of the liners on the leachate collection tanks. The facility itself is built, been in place since about 2006, 2007. We're just going through the final stages there to have it ready for waste treatment plant operations at the end of next year. The liquid effluent retention facility I mentioned, new basin going in. So we had 3 basins before, we now have 4. They're going through the final stages of making that basin ready for operations. Effluent treatment facility is also going through the last major upgrade before the start of direct feed low activity waste. We'll finish sometime next year. And there's infrastructure projects that are not tied directly to that work that also are going on to enhance the reliability of the infrastructure that supports the waste treatment plant as well. And lastly, certainly for the benefit of ecology and David, I think the number of permits we have to have in place to start waste treatment plant operations is 76. By the end of the calendar year, we'll have 75 completed, and we'll be down to 1 later next year. I don't know if it's David's or if it's Department of Health permit, but the team at Ecology has worked very closely with Bechtel and the department to make sure that the permitting process continued at a pace to support our construction, testing, and all those elements of the site. So it's been a very good partnership, and I appreciate the work that the collaboration with David and his team to put us in a position where we haven't had to wait for a permit to move forward with the work we had planned for the direct feed low activity waste program. So thanks for that. The next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the melter heat up and where we are today. So on the 8th of October, the plant, the procedures, and the people, the operators, were ready to begin the melter heat up. And I talk about it that way because the melter heat up actually starts a continuum from the start of melter heat up all the way to the point where we start the process of hot commissioning. When we say hot, that's really tank waste being vitrified. And so the plant was at an extreme, done. Extreme level of completion, the procedures done, people ready. And so we were able to start the heat up of the melter. The melter heat up progressed for about between 30 and 40 hours. And as you can imagine, when you're going from 0 ambient 72 to 2100, takes a long time, and you have to stop along the way to allow the temperature of the machine to equalize, let all the parts expand in the way they're going to expand, make adjustments to support, to maintain that asset safe, and then we would walk our way through that. So we're almost at the first hold point, 300-degree hold point, and the operations team, and it was an evening discovery, identified that they saw some indications in the power supply to the startup heaters that were not what they expected. They assessed the condition and made the appropriate decision, understanding the plant, understanding the design, to take the plant to a stable condition. They did that expertly. And at that point, we went back into, or Bechtel went back into a troubleshooting mode to figure out what had happened. And we're still working our way through that process today with technical representation from both not only Bechtel and Amentum, but also the vendors for those systems. And the process that we'll go through a troubleshooting process, very detailed, identify the problem, resolve the issue, look at how the operators performed, enhance our operating procedures, teach the other shifts that didn't have to deal with that situation, what happened. And then we'll go back into the startup. No damage to the melter, no implications for the startup. But the teamwork and the team dynamic, not only on the site at the waste treatment plant, but in the partnership with the Department of Energy, was exactly what we had trained really over the last couple of years to execute in that manner. And while I would have loved for the heat up to have progressed without incident through the process, I'm frankly pleased to have a check of our culture and teamwork at an early stage of the process to recognize for myself and for our entire leadership team that the culture of our team that's going to operate this plant safely from the beginning and for decades is keeping pace with the trajectory of the machine and our progress towards the start of tank waste treatment. That was an important check for me. And so when people say that this is not a good event, again, I would have loved to see it all the way through, but I'm not disappointed that this happened at this stage, because it was a very important check of our culture, our teamwork, and the dynamic that's absolutely necessary for our success. And when we're ready to go back into melter heat up, we will, and we'll progress. And if we see another indication that we likely saw, if the operators see another indication, they'll do the right thing again, because we've trained them and we'll reinforce that habit. I think it's important also to recognize this is a first of a kind, one of a kind plant. So everything we do from now on is a first. And so making sure there's nobody at that plant that operated a plant like this anywhere else in the world, because there isn't one. And so the culture is what's the most important thing, and the teamwork is the most important aspect of that culture to make sure that we're going to safely operate that plant. And this was a good validation of that maturation of our team. And it's a positive indication for me that we're on the right track. And when we're ready for the next step, we'll continue with the effort. The next slide is really just a summary slide to let me talk about the rest of the site, because we're not just about tank waste treatment. We have lots of other important projects on the site that continue the risk reduction process that we execute on a routine basis. The two pictures you see here, one is 100K area. What you're seeing on the left is the basin, where there's a lot of debris in a 1 million gallon basin that we have to go through and sort and disposition to be prepared to empty that basin. And ultimately, that's a big risk reduction, because that basin of water is not far from the Columbia River. When you think about a risk reduction activity, getting the debris sorted, dispositioned appropriately, taken out of the basin to the point where we can dewater the basin, grout the basin, and then continue the other work associated with the Kate West reactor to move towards interim safe storage. Very important project, going very well, and on a good track. The Kate East reactor that you see to the right, that's a little bit of an old picture, because that project in large measure is complete. It's a major skyline change on the site. It's the 7th of 8 reactors that we're going to put in interim safe storage. They'll sit there for 70 or more years until the reactors have decayed to a point where they can continue with a safe demolition. And right now, CPCCO is working through the process, and we're really in the early stages of ultimately transitioning that project over to the HMIS contractor for long-term maintenance and surveillance process. But again, an old picture. We're still trying to figure out what pictures we're going to put on the sides of this great big thing. Movie night, maybe on the Hanford side. I don't know. We're going to think of something, but really good progress there, and really excited about the skyline change. And we're going to have a little bit of an event out there on the 26th of October. The 324 building is the other major project along the Columbia River, working to continue to stabilize that facility for future removal of a very contaminated soil beneath the facility. And in some ways, you can think about it as building a facility under the facility. So when we remediate that soil from beneath the structure, it doesn't shift. And at this point, we're just continuing to work through a very defined and well-structured progress or project plan for that, and progress is continuing. The waste encapsulation and storage facility, there's really three parts to that. There's and this is moving of the 1,936 cesium and strontium capsules from wet storage into dry. We're on a good path for the concrete pad, which was constructed during the pandemic, is effectively complete. I think there's some instrumentation still have to go. Facility modifications will occur, will complete next spring. And then the transfer equipment is being placed in a mock-up at the maintenance and storage facility so we could practice processes and procedures. Because these capsules aren't that big, but from a radiological perspective, really highly energetic. And it's not, you know, these things, this is all done behind, in a hot cell environment, behind large, thick walls where we can protect the workforce. And so it's that machinery's got to operate at least 1,936 times, plus the testing process. And the work there is continuing well to start the capsule transfers, I think, in the early 2025 timeframe. We're also preparing for the retrieval of AX101. That's the fourth and last of the AX farm tanks. We'll start that retrieval process later this calendar year. That when we're done with AX101 sometime next year, that'll be the second tank farm that we've completely retrieved on our way to the retrieval of the remainder of the single shell tanks and the rest of the tank waste mission. We also have a very robust tank integrity program, which I list here as risk reduction because we want to make sure that both the single shell tanks and the double shell tanks retain or remain in effect or stable or viable for the remainder of the program. And that tank integrity programs are very sophisticated, and we've got expert panels that support that. And this is all underpinned by the groundwater program that I'm pleased and proud to say that we completed our 8th year in a row of treating more than 2 billion gallons last month in September. And we continue to, it's not really about the gallons treated, it's about the chemicals removed from groundwater so that we continue to reduce the risk to the Columbia River. And the groundwater program underpins the entire site in many ways. And so we're really proud of that program. And we have 6 operating groundwater stations or pump and treat facilities that do a phenomenal job. Next slide. Infrastructure is a key enabler. This is an EM only site. That means the Office of Environmental Management. So we're responsible for the entire site in every way. And so roads, water, sewer, power, IT, all have to continue to be evolved and right-sized and optimized to support the remaining mission in a cost-effective way. We have projects going on. You can see a little bit, that's not really the project, but we have some electrical infrastructure work in progress now with Bonneville Power Administration to increase the reliability of the grid to support waste treatment plant operations. We'll complete that project and tie in May of 2025 because Bonneville Power Administration is tied to Energy Northwest, and we can only do those connections when Energy Northwest is in a refueling outage. So it's just a little indication of the complexity of the work and the coordination that happens across the site. We also have the water plant you can see on the right. That's replacing the 1945 water plant. It's operated really well for a long, long time, but it doesn't have the capacity and it's not as supportable as we need it to be for the future. And so it's starting to go vertical now, which is exciting. And there's numerous other projects of smaller projects across the site in all those areas I talked about to maintain and support site operations. Beyond the infrastructure piece, there's base operations. So Hanford Fire Department, we have 3 stations on the site and 24/7, 365 with an EMT capability to support the site mission. We have Hanford Patrol to support the security mission of the site. We have our weather station. And I was a meteorology major, so it's kind of cool for me to know that we have a weather station on the site. We have our occupational medical provider. We have the Hammer facility that's so important to our safety culture and site-wide training to ensure that our operators and our folks in the field are well trained for the mission they're going to go execute safely. So all of those are other aspects of the site that we also have strategic plans for each one to make sure that we're continuing to maintain those capabilities for the duration of the mission going forward. And I'm proud to say that our infrastructure program continues to keep pace with the site, and we continue to have great success with the projects we execute across a very wide spectrum of operational mission needs. Important that we talked a little bit about Justice 40 initiative. For the Hanford site, the focus includes cooperative agreements with the Hanford tribes, grants to the states of Washington and Oregon. The soil and groundwater remediation effort is really front and center to the Justice 40 initiative. And then we continue to have a number of initiatives to support science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM programs, intern programs, and other aspects of our site to ensure that we're working to engage and enable the region to be a part of the Hanford cleanup mission now and into the future. And Justice 40 is a big part of that, and we appreciate the opportunity to continue the great work that we've already done in a number of areas under this initiative. Next slide is really engagements, and I think it's important, and I believe it's important. I know it's important. Our leadership team does as well. It's important for the Department of Energy to stay engaged and informed with our very broad and diverse stakeholder environment, tribal environment, and obviously we have relationships with from local to state to regional to federal to the tribes. And the Hanford Advisory Board is one important venue where that engagement is really critical, but it's only one of many that we operate in within a very broad spectrum to, again, raise awareness, understanding, ultimately work to achieve support across a very broad and diverse environment. I've listed some of the things here that we've done recently. We also had an Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board in the first week of the month, which was important. We have a very robust tribal affairs program that has numerous routine meetings, monthly, quarterly, you know, and situationally with the 3 treaty tribes, and we also have a very close relationship with the Wanapum band. We have the Speaker Bureau, and one of the things I'll talk about, the visits for this to the site that we've been able to get back into really this year, and I kind of looked at this summer as an unveiling of the Hanford site, really critical to our ability, because I can do PowerPoint presentations all day long, and I'm you can assess. I think I'm okay at it. But until we get out on the site and we can show you the progress that our team, the Hanford DOE contractor partnership is delivering, that's one wow factor to get people to understand the work we're accomplishing. But the feel of the site is the part that I think is more important than, in some cases, the progress. Because when people can go to the site and spend time with not only the department, but our contractor partners at the locations of where the work's being done, have those people that are doing the work talk about the work they're doing, hear the energy, and really kind of get a sense of the commitment and dedication and knowledge and expertise of the really phenomenal team we have here, that feel sticks with people much longer than their memories of the individual things that they see. And so I've really been pleased with the opportunity to get folks out on the site. We had some of our community leaders, city council members, and Mayor McKay was out on the site today from Kennewick over the last week. And every time we have those tours, we're receiving very positive comments, not only about, like I said, the progress, but also the feel. And that's the part that I think is really important. So I'll encourage you all, if you haven't gotten out on the site, I think the beautiful fall weather is about to end, but it'll still be pretty good until we get to January and February, and that'll be a little bit nastier. But no matter when you come, I think you're gonna enjoy the visit, and I think you'll be amazed by what you see and how you feel when you're out on our site. And lastly, I think it's just important to highlight certainly the DOE team that is here is really, part of our community. I live here. Every member of our team lives here, and I think that connection to the community is what we feel personally. And I think we enhanced that feel during the pandemic because, again, as the largest employer in the Tri-Cities, I was always very concerned about ensuring I knew what the community situation was from medical capacity perspective, from the COVID perspective. We plugged into all of the community calls and discussions to make sure that our situational awareness was good and the community knew what we were doing at the site. And I think that relationship was really solidified in many ways. And we just finished the Feds Feed Families campaign, which is a I think it's a federal government initiative, but it's really something that our team embraces. And not only did our team do a great job, but we provided more than 50% of the pounds of food donated for the entire EM complex, and we're just a small part of that complex. And so I think that's an indication of the commitment that our team really continues to demonstrate and the tie to the community that I think is so important for the future as well. And my get off the stage slide, which you may be grateful, maybe not, is really to say that I hope this short overview, and I could talk about Hanford for the rest of the night, to be frank, right? Because it's very difficult to cover the site like this in 20 or 30 minutes or however long I've busted the time. But I hope it's been helpful in conveying what I think is a sense of optimism that I know I feel. I believe our DOE leadership team feels here, our contractors feel. I know our EM leadership in DC feels about the trajectory of the site and what we have in front of us. And there's going to be challenges. I guarantee you there's going to be challenges. There's going to be disagreements between people that are all interested in seeing the site move in a constructive and positive direction. But at the end of the day, what I'm hopeful of, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday with the new members, is there is a collective commitment across everybody involved in the Hanford site. We all want to make the site safer, cleaner, as fast as we possibly can within the existing funding that we're provided from Congress. And everybody's coming to the same table with the same perspective. So with a little assumption of noble intent, which I talk about a lot with our team, and an ability to have constructive discussions about difficult issues within that framework of all really wanting the same thing in the end, I think there's very little we can't solve together. So I appreciate the time. I hope it was helpful. Hope it sets you up for the discussions that will follow tonight and tomorrow. And I certainly look forward to your questions when we get to that part of the program. So with that, I'll turn it back to Jan.
Thank you for your presentation. We are always eager to hear what's the latest and greatest on the site. And we got an opportunity to be on the bus yesterday and have a look. And so some of the pictures here reflected what we saw. So it's been a great. So am I introducing the next speaker, Dave Enan? Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't pay attention to the agenda. I thought David was going next. Again, welcome and glad to be here and thankful we could be here tonight. This is, we'll keep hearing it's a broken record. Excited to see people in person and have these meetings. And again, as I said yesterday to the new members, the energy you bring, the diverse viewpoints, that is so important. That is very much what we need, and we appreciate that. I want to follow up on a couple things that Brian mentioned. For example, a lot of EPA's the work that EPA focuses on, the cleanup work, you'll find that primarily sits in the risk reduction section of what Brian talked about in the groundwater. So that's where you'll find what we're working on. Something else that I learned at some of our colleagues in the complex at Oak Ridge, the motto that their sort of their state EPA and DOE team used was cleanup delayed is cleanup denied. And so I think when, Brian's right, we've got a lot of good energy on trying to get to, again, we're all real people, professional people. We're going to have disagreements, but we've got the mechanisms in place to work on those responsibly and not cause delays excessively. So I think there is a lot of room for optimism there. One of the things that we're working on is at the end of August, or in August, the public comment period on the milestone changes, short-term milestone changes. We're working on responding to those comments and finalizing those packages. That again is going to get it, hopefully set that the intent is to set us up to be able to make those choices and deal with the things we get. In terms of EPA, Region 10 is increasing its focus on federal facilities, Department of Defense and Department of Energy. And to that extent, to that end, we have kind of done some shifting and reorganization to provide that focus. And part of that is my duties have shifted to where I am focusing strictly on Department of Energy, Hanford and INL. So my role here is not really changing, except I'll be doing more of it. I'll be more present, which I'm very much looking forward to. The one kind of downside for me personally and you all, but it also comes with an upside, is we're losing Laura as a project manager because she is becoming the federal facilities program person for us. So she'll have DOD and our work as well. So do you want to say a few things, Laura?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I know some of you from my entire 15 years at Hanford and some of you from new faces. So yeah, I'm Laura Bulow. I've been with EPA for 15 years, the entire time out here at the Hanford Project Office alongside with Dave that entire time. I've been in RPM, Remedial Project Manager, which is our Superfund cleanup managers, for that entire 15 years. And I've done the Hanford site, and I've also worked on a handful of other private sites and Department of Defense sites throughout the region. So as Dave said, I've been selected to be the section manager for our newly developed federal facilities section. So within our Region 10, I don't have an org chart to share, but maybe by the next HAB, Dave will have an updated one because we're juggling a lot right now in Region 10. We have a director, Calvin Terada, for all of Superfund and emergency management. We have a remedial branch, which now has 4 managers. And one of those branches has all the federal facilities now. And as Dave said, that's all of Department of Defense and Department of Energy sites underneath it. And within that, we have now 12 RPMs. So I'll have a big section. I've got the 5 people out here. I've got 3 in Alaska, 2, soon to be 3 in Seattle, and 1 down in Portland. So we're spread out. What that does mean is I'll give up my Hanford site work that I've had for the last 15 years, which is a little hard to let go of. The good news is that Dave is going to be in a senior role at the Hanford site and continue at the position that he is within Hanford. And then what it means for the Hanford site is that although I will not be in the daily business of Hanford, you have a federal facilities manager that is very aware of Hanford, and that Dave and I together can continue to fight for the resources to support the EPA office out here. And in the last couple of years, we've seen a lot more resources in the way of 3 new staff, which doubled our staff, and now some more management. And the fact it's long overdue, I believe, that our management in Seattle supported a senior position out at Hanford that is just focused on Department of Energy. That is, over my time, and Dave's had more years, we've seen, you know, when I joined 15 years ago, we were kind of at our peak with 11 people in our office. And then 2 years ago, we were at the bottom, which is where there was only 3 of us in our office. And under Dave's leadership, we've brought that back up to 6, and we'll continue to keep fighting for those resources to have that. I'm not going anywhere. I am staying in Richland. They did give me that option, and that is what I chose. So I am staying out here. I'll be here, but you'll mainly still be working with Dave for all of that. So, thank you.
And just want to thank you, Laura. And again, I'm excited to have you as part of the management team, but I'm sad to lose all the work you did for the site. One other thing I did want to mention is our new regional administrator. I say new, but he's been there a few months now. Casey Sixkiller does want to come out to Hanford, does want to meet with stakeholders. And what we're trying to target is have that visit coincide with the January advisory board meeting on the 25th and 26th. So as we get that firmed up, we'll share those plans with you. And basically this is the type of, when he's thinking of meeting with stakeholders, you're the type of people he's looking for. So I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Environmental Protection Agency, and congratulations, Laura, on your promotion. And it sounds like you're hitting the ground running. So, next on the agenda is David Bowen from the Nuclear Waste Program of the Washington State Department of Ecology. David, thank you.
Thank you. And I got this on, but I need to move it closer, obviously. I'm not echoing like everybody else. Can you hear me all right? How's that?
Is it turned on?
I got the red light on.
Yeah, that's it then.
All right, we'll go with this. I'll try to speak up. Like everybody else, really nice to see folks in person. I read body language, and I can tell when I'm losing people. I can tell when somebody's interested and maybe has questions. So it's nice to have that feedback that you don't always get over virtually on a Teams or a Zoom. And as I was sitting here looking at my outline for today, I realized I've never really asked this board, what do you want to know about Department of Ecology? So I'm asking you now. You can email me, you can email Ryan, or when we get into the discussion time or afterwards, whatever. Let me know what types of things you might want to hear from ecology about what we're doing, because I'm kind of guessing. I know that Brian's going to go over really comprehensively the activities on site, projects that are going on. We work with EPA, Department of Health, in the regulatory roles. And so I try not to duplicate what's going on, but I also know there's about half of the folks here are new to the board. And so I want to give a little bit of information about what ecology has here and what we do. And at the same time, I do want to think about future presentations on and get things maybe are more interesting to all of you. So I'll start out first with recruitment. It's been huge for us. We have typically about 87 people on staff at Ecology. 2 of those are stationed out of Lacey. The rest of them are stationed out of here, out of the Richland field office. We were down 18 vacancies at one point over the last 12 months. We've got that to the point where we're down to 8 vacancies. Those are all out for recruitment, with the exception of 1. We've been filling them. I think I signed paperwork for 12 different hires over the last 2 weeks. Some of them internal promotions, some of them outside. And then the vacancies themselves, they come from basically 3 areas. We had one person who moved to Maine because his wife's family is in Maine, and that's where they went. And that's what we do. We make life decisions. Other ones are retirements. Other ones got promoted within ecology to other jobs. We're losing very few to other entities, which is kind of nice to see.
one of the focuses that we have right now is knowledge transfer because of the retirements and the promotions and things that are going on, and a lot of opportunities within ecology. So we take it really very seriously to get that knowledge transferred and mentoring the next generation of our team, so we can continue the long-term success here at the site. And if you end up with a copy of this electronically, there is a link in there to our current job openings. So anybody you might have in mind who might want to work for ecology, send them a link. I'd appreciate that. Over this last period, since our last meeting, education and outreach, we did attend the STEM Gala at the Hanford Reach and connected us with 75 different area science teachers, which was great. The Jefferson Elementary School Science Fair, we reached out to about 200 families during that. We are starting our presentations again to Kiwanis and Rotary, so we ended up doing 3 of those for about 70 adults total. I've been in both those clubs and they're starting to shrink, so those activities are different. We may have to find another way to get to that group. And I'm sorry, I have an acronym here and I tried to find them all to put them down, and I can't remember what LIGO stands for, but it's a new facility over at, I believe, PNNL. And there was a visitor center open house for teachers there. So we attended that, and then the Adams County Emergency Management meeting we participated in. One of the other things I do want to cover that I didn't put on the slide was we continue our diversity, equity, inclusion, and respect initiatives. We're doing that both internally with staff and incorporating them into our daily work as well. Everything from how we write recruitments to how we approach our work on a daily basis. And the agency and the state in general are dedicated to this. We have dedicated staff in our Office of Equity and Environmental Justice and Human Resources, and several of our environmental programs also have dedicated staff embedded within them, and we have 10 different environmental programs at Ecology. So I just wanted to touch on that. Another item I realized on here that with some new folks, the tri-party negotiations, referred to as holistic negotiations between EPA, Energy, Ecology, and the U.S. Department of Justice. We're continuing to meet to discuss, what does treatment look like going forward? What does waste retrievals look like going forward? Mitigation measures, et cetera. And it's been going on for a while. The letter kind of suggesting the idea came out in May of 2019. And it came out because there were several milestones that were pretty major that were going to be missed or at risk of being missed. And we really wanted to break the cycle of litigation and get to talking to each other, understanding the same language, using the same language. And so there is a confidentiality portion to this to encourage our open discussion. But the general gist of it is the following issues are what get discussed in that forum, and that's pace and timing of tank retrievals and closures, pace and timing of tank waste treatment, mitigation measures, and interim and final disposal of tank waste. So that's the general topics. That information's been out there for years, but we're hoping to conclude those discussions very soon and move forward with the next phase, getting that out for public comment and for people to see what we've been talking about. Central Plateau milestone changes. The tri-parties completed public comment and public meetings on 16 new milestones, including milestones to reinstate 14 suspended existing milestones. John Price is here. If you have questions, he might be able to fill in what some of those are about. We are developing a responsive summary, and we'll make some adjustments to those milestones as we go forward. Some of the compliance activities that we've been doing July through September, we conducted 5 inspections. The 616 building, the bulging container inspection, the liquid effluent retention facility, effluent treatment facility, 241 CX tanks, Hexon storage and treatment facility in August, and single shell tank system also in August. And once you do a compliance inspection, then you get to write up a compliance report. So we've completed 6 of those over the last period of time. So those reports were issued in July and August and September. So the waste encapsulation storage facility, which is west of Puget Sound Naval Station Shipyard. We do permit other folks across the state besides Hanford. We did go out and do an inspection there. The 22S lab, the central waste complex, the waste receiving and packaging facility, and the T plant for the rest of the inspections during that time period. And here's where I found a bunch of acronyms is on my next slide. Opportunities for public input involvement. IDF is mixed in with this, which is Integrated Disposal Facility. There's an acronym TA, which is Temporary Authorization. Another one would be FFTF, which is Fast Flux Test Facility. And then WMU is a Waste Management Unit. So I apologize for the acronyms. We'll do better on the next one. But we do have opportunities for public involvement. We have 2 Class 3 permit modifications that one of them has a public comment period beginning December 5th, and the other one is yet to be determined. The first one is at IDF, the Integrated Disposal Facility, to incorporate the leachate collection system. And we did put forward authorize a temporary authorization, was approved by Ecology on August 4th for installation and testing of the upgraded liner system associated with that facility. And then the other one that'll be coming out soon is the 400 area waste management unit. We had a Class 2 modification with some proposed language to the fast flux test facility fire alarm system, basically getting it out of there so that demolition could happen. The modification was deficient, and we determined that it should be reclassified as a Class 3, and we'll be going back out for public comment on that soon. And then one of the biggest things that nobody sees that we work on, which is why we have 80+ people working, is we have the Hanford site-wide permit renewal. We have other permits we're renewing constantly all the time. Brian mentioned 76 to get DF law going. Not all of them ours, but majority of them ours. But the site-wide permit is a renewal that was supposed to occur in 2012. We've been working closely with EPA and with Department of Energy to get that permit renewed, not take enforcement actions. Let's just get it's huge. It was, I think the last one was 17,000 pages, which is ridiculous as a permit, but you have 580 square miles with a lot of stuff going on. So it's a huge permit. It's a big lift for everybody. Appreciate the resources that the contractors and Department of Energy are putting into it. We continue to have workshops to move forward with the permit. If we have issues, instead of belaboring them for months and trying to work them out, we just raise them. We're elevating them quickly, trying to find resolution rather than, we can't seem to get anywhere on it and just keep pushing it in the parking lot. It's time to resolve those issues one way or another. Right now, we have 9 unit groups that are complete or nearly complete, and we're planning to transmit the revised permit renewal for a 120-day public comment period in January of 2024, which means we need to lock down all the information in May of 2023 that goes into this permit. It's going to take some time to write it, do some back and forth with the permittee, and then get it out for renewal. And those are the things I had in my scripted comments. Ready for any questions? I know we're running close on time.
So at this point, we open up the floor to questions. So if you have a question for any one of the 3 managers, you can raise your name tent and you'll be taken in the order that you do that.
So Lacey is monitoring the queue. She's going to integrate the queue from those of you who have dialed in online and those of you in the room, and she'll type the queue in chat so we know what order. The one thing I want to check, we've got one person here on the phone only. The number, the last 4 digits are 6550. If you have a question or a comment, let us know because I can't see if your hand is up. So with that, we've got Maya, Pam, Todd, and Chris in queue. Maya.
I think, Ruth, are you referring to me, Mia?
Oh, I'm
That
looking
was
at
my
what got
mistake.
typed.
Sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, Mia, go. And in fact, since some of you are new, if you would give your name so that people know who you are and can start recognizing you.
So yeah, my name is Mia Burke. It's confusing because it has a Y in there. So my questions are for DOE and for ecology, and I want to preface them with some context. So in October of 2021, DOE performed a contractor readiness assessment to see if Washington River Protection Solutions was ready to start up TSCR, which is tank-side cesium removal. While demonstrating removal of the ion exchange column from the TSCR process enclosure and installing a replacement ion exchange column, there was damage found on the TSCR ion exchange column threaded connection. 3 ion exchange columns were damaged and determined to be inoperable. The Defense Nuclear Facilities Safety Board, also known as DNFSB, evaluated work performed by WRPS to restore operability of the ion exchange column. On October 6, 2022, the DNFSB sent a letter to Secretary Granholm expressing various concerns with the process that WRPS used to repair the ion exchange column connections. And so for DOE, I just wanted to ask, what actions is DOE taking to resolve the concerns the DNFSB raised in their letter? And could you follow up with the board on what actions have been taken? And then for ecology, were you aware of the damaged ion exchange columns, the repairs made by WRPS, and the subsequent letter from the DNFSB? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We have a very close relationship with the Defense Board here, with the local representatives, and with the team in the DC area as well. We're working with them now to make sure they understand what the contractor department and the contractor working with the Defense Board to walk through the actions we have planned. And we'll give a more formal update to the board as those actions continue.
And I don't know if my team's familiar with the letter to Granholm, but I am not, so I'll leave that there. And awareness of damage. I was aware there were difficulties. I was briefed by leadership over at WRPS about delay in getting reconnected with the new cylinders. He gave a fairly long overview of what they were trying to do, the process of getting new parts, the fact that a new part had to be built that needed to be a hair bit longer, but you can't just build it. You also have to get it engineered and et cetera, and how, the time that was associated with doing some of those things. So it was more around how long it was down rather than what the actual damage was.
All right, I've got 3, 4, 5, 6 people in queue and 2 minutes before break. Would the group be okay going through the questions we have and then taking a break and seeing if we can make up the time in the next section before we adjourn?
I'm seeing heads nodding.
That's good, because I can't see heads nodding. Pam and then Todd. Pam?
Thank you. Thank you all for your presentations. It was wonderful, excuse me, to have an opportunity to see you in person and hear all that's happening. It's very exciting. And congratulations, Laura. That's a great opportunity for you for your career. My husband and I have been actually enjoying retirement this summer, and Brian had in your notes a mention of Secretary Granholm. Did she actually come to Hanford this summer? How did it go?
It went great. No, it was a very good visit. We were able to get the secretary out. And as we typically do, there's long distances where we travel when we're, and Brian and I have a tag team routine where we talk continuously about the site. And so we were able to get her out to the waste treatment plant, and then we took her out to the B reactor, but we were able to plan out all the other activities across the site as well. So it was a really good visit. And as you know, Deputy Secretary Turk was out in June. And the day before the secretary was out, we had members of the Senate Energy and Water Development Subcommittee staff out for a tour as well. And so again, it was really good to get all of the visitors out, but specifically the secretary. It was a great visit. And I was able to participate with her the day before in a forum with at the PNNL on sort of an energy approach and our partnership with PNNL and with the Tri-Cities on some of the clean energy initiatives across the site, and really as a DOE team. And then a tribal event the evening prior to the visit as well. So for the short time that we had with her, we packed it full. And I know she appreciated it. We had very positive comments.
That's awesome. Really good news. And David, thank you very much for your presentation. With all the different people moving, leaving, are any of the people leaving people that we interact with regarding Hanford cleanup, or change of positions?
Not that the Hanford Advisory Board interacts with, no.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I've got Todd and then Chris. Todd, you're up.
Thank you so much. So as a new guy, I have simple questions. First for Brian, can you tell me what your choke points are without saying funding? And then David, you mentioned compliance reports. Anything that you would recommend that I look at in those compliance reports or something of interest?
Well, not that I won't mention funding, but funding is always an issue. But again, we'll continue to do our very best with every dollar we receive. And so I think we have great opportunities to move the mission forward. The things I'm worried about, we had a fairly significant turnover of personnel, and DOE and our contractors are hiring, just to add my community service message. But we've had about 15 to 20% across the contractors, and we're down a few at the DOE team as well. I think one of the things that I worry about is the culture of a nuclear facility, and what we do is not normal in the rest of the world. And so we've got a lot of really talented people joining our team. They just don't have nuclear culture, nuclear facility operations, facility backgrounds. And so one of the things we talk a lot about with our contractor partners is how do we bring a team onto a site like we have, bring them into our culture effectively, but also recognize that a lot of the people who are moving up into first and second line supervisor positions also have less time than their predecessors did when they were escalated or raised to those positions as well. So it's an entire leadership philosophy approach of how do we ensure that the team, as we continue to evolve the site with the turnover we've seen, we maintain that culture and that ethical basis that is so critical to our long-term success. And we're working very hard at it. Hammer training facility is a part of that. It's an entry point, and it's necessary but not sufficient. So that's one thing I worry about. I am worried about supply chain areas because supply chain is a little bit soft, but it's not predictable where those softnesses are. And so we're continuing asking our contractors and looking ourselves to kind of lengthen the time horizon and broaden the sphere of, I'll call them replacement and spare parts. We need to start thinking differently about buying and when we buy them to make sure that we can maintain site operations. And well, the assumption is I sleep at night because there's lots of things that keep me awake at night. But overall, I think it's continuing to have our team, in a very broad sense, have that connection to the mission and that pride of, I'll call it ownership or pride of being part of a winning team, delivering a sort of a mission of national significance. And there's a lot of different places that are out there competing for talent all at the same time. So it kind of goes back to the first question a little bit is, we're competing for talent, but what I think we offer that's different is there's a nobility to the work we do. The impact goes well beyond the site. It goes into the community. It goes into the entire region. And so we can talk about those aspects of our work that make people connect to that on a call it a visceral level. Then our retention stays high and recruiting stays high. And if we're doing that in an environment where we're successfully delivering progress and recognized for that, then I think those retention and recruiting problems ultimately will calm down a little bit more and we'll be able to be successful. But it's a little bit of a brave new world post-pandemic. So there's lots of things we have to think about differently. And I think we're working very hard to root those out and focus on the ones that are priority. But I think the people aspects and the supply chain aspects and the culture aspects are the things that I think are most important for me.
Thank you. We've got 6 folks still waiting to ask questions. Chris and then Timothy. Chris?
Speaking of funding, what's the status of 2023 congressional appropriations with respect to the funding that you hope to get?
Continuing resolution.
So same money as 2022.
Starting point. But the good news there is, we had a very, very substantial budget in fiscal year 2022. And so we don't see the CR as an issue for us for a while. We're on a CR until December. And if you look at the published House and Senate marks, they're favorable. So I think, however 23 is going to shake out, I think we're in a good solid position to keep the progress on all the sites, on all the activities that we have planned.
And then I have one question about the melter. When you had the heater anomaly and you stabilized the plant, did that mean that you cooled back down, or
Yes.
were you able to keep the temperature where it was?
No, we cooled back down. We had to turn off all the power supplies and all the heaters, allow the plant to cool back down. But again, no damage to the melter, no damage to, other than, only we have to work our way through. And the team's doing a great job with that.
Thank you.
So if we can take one step backwards, I think, Todd, you had a question for David Bowen as well, and I think I cut you off. I'm sorry.
I knew you'd get back.
I'm outraged. No, the question was very simple. It was, you had the compliance reports, your staff went to all the work, writing them. I want to read them. Tell me where I should start.
All right. Well, they're all in the HAB, on the HAB website. You can find them. I don't know if you can find them on our website. I have to ask Ryan or not. And one of the reasons I asked the question to start with is, what topics would you all like to hear about? You may or may not want to hear about that we've done our compliance reports. It was really important during COVID to put them out here and let people know we were still continuing to go out and look. We were still completing our reports, and we are delegated. We have federal laws that are delegated to us, and we have some deliverables associated with that, which includes completing inspections and writing up the reports as well. So there's reasons for them, but to find them, they're beyond the HAB website, and we may have them on ours, but I can't remember. The administrative record.
So the HAB website is on hanford.gov. The administrative record is a little bit different, and we can help you find things in both places. Timothy, thank you for waiting.
No problem. Timothy Kovis, I'm also new. A softball question for you, Brian. You mentioned the site-wide permit is being finished up or being worked on, 1,700 pages. I'm just curious, how long does that permit run? That's a lot of work for a permitting, so just curious how long is that permit good for?
Typically, ecology permit is 5 years, but I think this, John, 10. Okay, that's what I was thinking. This particular one is 10, and it's been due since 2012. So we're kind of working on 2002s at the moment. So yeah, it's a ridiculous notion to think of just all the notebooks that would, if somebody actually printed it out on a table. But it's actually really important for the site, and different groups of people work on it on different sections of it. So it's a big undertaking.
Rose, I think you talked about the big undertaking and a question about the timeline to review a 17,000 page permit.
Yeah.
Rose, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, David, I just want to make sure I understood you that we're going to have 4 months to review a 17,000 page document, which is going to be the permit. So obviously it's going to be very complicated. And I first of all want to confirm that that is exactly what you said.
That is what I said, yes.
Okay. And then the other part to that is I do want to acknowledge and I appreciate you giving us this level of heads up that that you're planning on having it out by January of 2024. I'm with Yakima Nation. We have a small program, and of course we have to report to DOE under our cooperative agreement. So knowing that this is up and coming will really help us. And I'm just going to put it out there to both DOE and EPA that, this is the kind of thing that really helps us when we get a big heads up like this for some of these larger documents and projects and whatnot, to be able to plan for those so that we're able to give it the adequate amount of review that we need to. I do have concerns that it was due in 2012 and it's 2022, but yet it still isn't going to be out for 2024. And I'm wondering how much of the work that was done on this document is already 10 years old, or close to it, or will be by the time the 2024. So are you kind of updating as you go because things have, because of the length of time that it's taken you to put this permit together?
There's a lot of things going on. We also have the existing permit, which continues to be there. We continue to modify that to adapt to changing situations on site. At the same time, there's activities on site or locations on site that aren't included in the current permit and they need to be added. I believe that's going to be the major change, is these additional facilities and locations that need to be added. But I hear you, 120 days doesn't sound like a lot of time on one end, and it sounds like an exorbitant amount of time on another. I haven't been through this process with nuclear waste program before on this particular permit, obviously. I've been here 2 years and with ecology for 7, and so I think there's a few people with us that have been. So we'll do everything we can to make sure everybody has the amount of time they need to provide comment and review. We meet with folks regularly if there's questions about what's going on, and we're happy to give more details.
Right. Okay. Really want to thank you for that. And then I just have to say a quick, Laura, congratulations. You weren't on our meeting last week, but really congratulations, big time. We are really going to miss you. And I just want to really thank you for all of the hard work that you've done with us. And you know what all of that is, so I don't need to say, but I really do appreciate everything that you've done in working with the Yakima Nation. It's been very much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Rose. I appreciate that.
All right. So I want to honor the questions, and I'm also aware we've got another segment after the break. So Steve, is your card still up? Steve Anderson?
Nope, I'll take care of it offline, thanks.
Okay, so I have Rob, Max, Rob, and Alfonso, and then we're gonna cut off questions and take a short break and keep moving. Rob?
It must be me. It must be me. Brian,
Lacey
thanks.
nod because. Go ahead.
Okay, Brian, thanks a lot. You give me a lot of comfort, and the power of your mission is coming off. I respect that. And having worked out there, I understand the fraternity of nuclear workers and how we have to be perfect every time. We can't make mistakes. My question is to Dave. Dave, we heard a lot 6 months ago about the adaptive milestone and its planning and how it's going to work. My question to you in some cases is, how far in advance are you going to know that a milestone is going to be adjusted to begin the process of adapting it to a new date? Is it going to be years? Is it going to be, what is your expectations for the amount of time that when DOE comes to you and says, we can't make this milestone?
I don't have a specific answer for that question. It's under development right now. The whole adaptive milestone approach is under development right now. We're trying to, I think it's every 3 years, be looking at that. So I believe that's the time frame. But I don't know if Ryan or John, you have more specifics to address Rob's question.
So I guess then you're still working on it and we're going to learn more later?
Yes.
How it's going to work?
Yes.
I mean, that's a good enough answer for me on this one. The second thing, Dave, I wanted to say is that if you're asking us for where we want to have input, or you're asking us to pay attention, or, what you said is you want to know what we're interested in.
Yeah.
We're interested in areas that we can make a difference, that our comments don't just go down on a piece of paper. Yep, you guys got a bunch of comments. We want to make a difference. So include us when we can make a difference. If it's too late to make a difference, we're just spinning our wheels. So that's what I encourage you to do is let our EICs know, or the people know that you've got something coming up and you want some input and you want the HAB values, because basically we give you input based upon our HAB values. And that's my only message to you, is that include us early and you'll get a lot of words from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Max.
All right, thanks. Hi, this is Max Woods, Oregon Department of Energy, State of Oregon. Maybe just a general comment for ourselves is to schedule more time for this session at the next meeting, so we don't, run out of time with the experts here and the leadership. Brian, thank you for hosting Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board and my team a few weeks ago. I appreciated that. I agree with what you said earlier. There's no replication for being on the site and seeing the work done and seeing the progress. You can look at 1 million PowerPoint slides and read 1 million articles and books, but getting on the site gives you the true sense of it all. And I do have a question somewhere in here, but I also want to say I agree with you on the culture aspect, and I would say it actually is a success that your team stopped the melter startup. I mean, that's a showcase project for the nation, right? For the cleanup operation. The fact that your operators stopped it instead of pushing on is a success. I suspect it's too early to know what the timeline implications are for the ultimate hot commissioning, but this board will be curious to know when that information is available to come back and hear us about that. So this question may sound looking far afield, and maybe I'd just be curious to know, since Brian Vance, you're here, have you started thinking about high-level waste treatment? Have you started thinking about what's next? DF law will get there. Have you started thinking about high-level waste treatment?
Yeah, we have. As David mentioned, that's one of the topics of discussions with the state within holistic negotiations. And though we've been in negotiations for a few years, we actually started discussions in October 2018 with ecology and worked through a number of scenarios and started an AOA process, analysis of alternatives process. So I think we have a viable way ahead. I think we're in the final stages of the discussions with the state and the EPA. As David mentioned, we think we're closer than we've ever been. Now, with that said, recognize that when there may be an agreement in principle, there will also be a long period of time when the writing occurs of what that agreement is going to look like. So that could take some time as well. But I think we are getting closer and closer. Just given the number of the remaining issues aren't that many, to get to a point where we can talk a bit more about that. And I think we do have a very viable way ahead for the high-level waste mission.
All right, 2 more questions and then we'll have a short break. Rob? Lacey, which Rob?
I can't read his last name from over here. Yeah, sorry.
Rob Parmalee. I'm new to the board. I guess I still have to be approved. So my question here is for David, and it concerns the permit renewal status. Has the effects of the permit revision been on the future of DF law scheduling been evaluated through cold commissioning, hot commissioning, and up through operations?
The DF law permitting is on a separate path than the Rev 9 site-wide permit that I was describing earlier. And we are dedicating every resource we have to make sure that we're not, if there is a stumbling block, that ecology isn't it. So, so everything that's associated with DF law and getting it up and running is on schedule, and there's no delays.
Okay, so that revision doesn't affect DF law at all, what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Alfonso?
The lights on. Simple question. It's a good last question for me. You guys mentioned personnel matters such as not having enough staff or losing your staff to promotions and staff to retirement. As senior leadership, David Bowen mentioned that he had been in his position for 2 years, correct?
My current position, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Vance, what's your history? And also for all the leadership is as a community member, concerned community member, long-term leadership is what we prefer. How much longer do you plan to stay?
Yeah, so next month I'll be 5 years in the officer protection job. And in February of next year, I'll be 4 years in the combined job. So if you do that in dog years, that's quite a lot of years. But I think that I agree with you. The consistency is helpful. And the consistency not only here, but also in DC with Ike White and leadership team at headquarters. The teamwork that we've been able to develop over a long period of time on a very dynamic and during a very dynamic time on a mission that transcends administrations has been pretty important. And I think that's reflected in some of the progress you're seeing is the team dynamic and the team approach that we've been able to stick to, the philosophy we've been able to stick to for a number of years. It takes a long time to change a culture, especially a culture of 10,000 people.
Can I add to my question really quick?
I'm not in charge, so yeah, whatever.
Oh,
Here.
really quick.
Okay. My next is more of a statement. We live in an era where policy is harder to change, so they choose to change definitions of words. I understand that, what you mentioned right now, because it clicked when what you said. Protecting the Hanford area of funding waste definition. You said transcending different policies or different leadership that's elected into office. I would say, do you fight for it or do you just go with it?
Well, that's a complicated question. Might seem simple. There's no simple questions that come to Hanford, first of all. We are always looking for opportunities to safely accelerate the cleanup because age and time is a common enemy that we face for all of those that are interested in the cleanup of the Hanford site. Relative to the high-level waste definition, we continue to remain in talks with the state and Department of Ecology on that. It's one of the other topics that's been discussed, though it's a little bit tangential to the holistic negotiations. In the near term, we don't have a need to apply it for the plans we have in place today. We'll continue to work with ecology, with EPA, wherever we have the opportunities, whether it's technology or whatever means we have to find ways to accelerate the mission. I will fight for that because I think, again, with time as our common enemy and the importance of moving the mission forward and the priority I place on the health and safety of the workforce, the health and safety of our community, and the protection of the Pacific Northwest, moving safely faster is always going to be preferable. We just have to do it in an informed and intelligent way and make sure that we garner the support across the stakeholder environment, specifically with the state and EPA, to enable those types of activities so we can jointly talk about the opportunity we see to work together to accelerate the mission and then work together to execute those plans with the support of the stakeholders, the tribes, and the communities.
Thank you.
I want to add something in here. Sorry, Ruth. I know you're trying to facilitate the time. The high-level waste interpretation piece, I'm going to leave to the side. But when you talk about fighting for the level of resources that you need, there's kind of I maybe read into, and maybe I read it wrong, but when the governor of Washington puts out a budget for Department of Ecology, we just love that budget, and that's our budget. Department of Energy, when the administration puts out a budget, they love their budget. That's our budget. And my role right now is to help them get the leadership in the administration to get that budget up higher, whether it's to do vitrification, whether it's to grout waste or some other alternative treatment, it's going to take money and it's going to take more than what's there now. I can do that fight on behalf of the state of Washington and try and bump that up. Still going to run into the workforce and trying to ramp that up and all those things. But the reality is the current level of funding will not clean up Hanford this century, period. It won't happen. And so that status quo has to change.
And I'll just add one more thing, because I want to make sure I answer the question properly. We, the Hanford team, live in, I call it the virtual circle environment. And I've talked about it a little bit before. When we are able to demonstrate safe, efficient, risk reduction, taxpayer value, engage with the very broad and diverse stakeholder environment, with the tribes, talk about what we're accomplishing together, what we're accomplishing in the cleanup mission, and demonstrate that we're investment worthy, then that puts us in the best position for our congressional members to go and compete for funding on our behalf. And we put them in the best position they can to compete successfully, because everyone wants to invest in a winning enterprise. And so we work very hard to ensure that we are able to and communicate our successes and our challenges. I mean, we have to be transparent about those too. It's a complicated site, and we're going to face challenges as well. But by that progress, by our safe, efficient, predictable delivery of progress and value, that creates the best possible conditions for additional funding. I can't lobby Congress, but I do provide updates to the congressional staff, congressional members on what we're doing with the work at the Hanford site, and help them understand what we are accomplishing, so we put them in the best possible position. So when we create progress, we get support. That support creates the opportunity for more funding. That funding provides opportunity to progress the mission. And so in that virtual circle world of a congressionally funded environment, we do our best that we can for the process by delivering safely, efficiently, predictably. And I think we've dedicated ourselves to that over the last 5 years. We've seen the performance that we've been able to deliver. I think that makes a lot of the conversations about the Hanford site funding easier. Doesn't mean we won't need more, and I couldn't use more to progress the mission. But as David said, if I got $1 from the president's budget, I would talk to you about how I was going to use that dollar to progress the mission in the best possible way, and I would do it with conviction. When we get $2.7 billion, that's a lot of money. We can accomplish a lot, and we'll do our very best with that money, and we'll make it as easy as possible to continue that funding for the work that we are accomplishing together here. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Question for Madam Chair, Jan. We're running about 15 minutes behind. We had lots of questions, and it's really hard to cut off questions. Would you like to take a break now, or shall we go straight into the agreed order and just finish out the evening? What's your sense of the room?
I think that sitting for an hour and a half is long enough. So I'm ready for a little break, but it doesn't have to be 15 minutes.
Could you all live with a 5-minute stand-up break?
Yes.
Someone's going to have to read the room for me.
It's a yes.
Okay, yes. So be quick about it. And we'll come back at 7:05 and talk about the agreed order.
Okay, Ruth.
All right. So we've got an hour left, well, a little shy of an hour now. We want to talk about the agreed order. And we have both DOE and Department of Energy and Washington State Department of Ecology presenting together. Some time for questions. At 7:45, just to let you know, we put in the agenda that public comment is at 7:45. Wherever we happen to be at 7:45, we're going to stop what we're doing and ask if there's anyone who wishes to make public comment. And then we can go back to the agreed order if we need to do that. So just know I'm going to interrupt whatever we're doing at 7:45. And with that, David and Delmar, it's all yours.
You can kick off.
Thank you, Ruth. And we felt it was important to give an overview of the agreed order on the leaking tanks and do it jointly. There's a slide on this about an appeal of the order, so I'm not going to be able to go into as much detail as maybe you would like when we get to that portion, but want to go ahead and let Delmar kick us off with the second slide, and we'll go from there.
Thanks, appreciate it. Next slide, please. And well, that's coming up. I am Delmar Noyes. I'm not Brian Vance. I'm the assistant manager for Tank Farm, so thank you for the time. And worked quite a bit on this activity with David and his team, really to address, 2 single shell tanks that we have identified that has active leaking, and to put together a plan and some joint actions. Obviously, a lot of input and discussion associated with what that right set of actions are. So really what we're talking about is B109 and T111, which 2 of our single shell tank systems, individual tanks. These tanks were built in the 40s, specifically 1940 and 43. B109, for example, was operated between 46 and 76. These have been out of service, since about 78. These tanks, along with all the other single shell tanks, have been what we term interim stabilization. So early on in the tri-party agreement, the state and the department, as we looked at the long-term static storage of these single shell tanks, determined it was best to remove all the pumpable liquids. So those were done in both of these tanks, as well as the balance of single shell tanks. Essentially, in B109, there's about 130,000 gallons stored in these tanks. These are declared unfit for use tanks. There's not active use. There's no goings into or going out, and they're really in static condition until we get the retrieval up, treatment systems in place to remove all the single shell tanks, which, as Brian was sharing with you earlier, is the bulk of our mission. And again, kind of to introduce myself, I was going to mention that I have been in this role for a couple, 3 years, but I've been involved with moving the tank farm mission forward for 22 years now, which sounds hard to believe. I spent 10 years before that closing Rocky Flats site and started my career as a nuclear test engineer at the shipyard. So a lot of time and a lot of effort, and just want to echo, what Brian was sharing with the team is I think the team out there, both ecology, our contractors are dedicated to try to move this forward as safely and as productively as we can. And this is an example of the scenario where time isn't our friend. T111 is really a similar kind of timeline. Neither one of these tanks have what we call supernate, i.e. free liquid in them. They do have remaining drainable liquids. We call them interstitial liquids. I kind of think of it as, salt or sand kind of materials, solid materials that has moisture content within it that is capable of leaking out, but it's not a freestanding supernate. All that has been transferred into the double shell tank. So if you go look at our double shell tank system, there is nominally 20 million gallons of that liquid in there that was consciously removed from the single shell tanks in the 80s and 90s, and actually through the 2000s. T111 is kind of a similar story. It has about 397,000 gallons in it, all sludges. Again, no supernate, that liquid that's separable, but it does have drainable interstitial liquid as well. Kind of the same history in terms of construction, interim stabilization, formally being declared unfit for use, under a RIPR designation. So unlike the double shell tanks, they aren't permitted for operation, just static storage until we can retrieve. In addition to that, these tanks are in B and T farms, obviously the oldest farms. The conditions of these tanks, aren't increasing the hazards to the workforce, or to the public. The leak sites are underground,
and are doing incremental increase to the soils in that area, both of which in these farms have been heavily impacted in the past. And as mentioned, continuing with major groundwater treatment in these areas for the past contaminations, and continue to monitor these tanks and all the other single shelves with a very active integrity program and monitoring program. And in fact, through those processes of monitoring these tanks is how the potential leakages were identified. We're measuring, the volume of the moisture in the solids, with detectors that we send down through tubes that are really measuring the moisture content inside the waste of those tanks. Next slide, please. And again, just kind of an introduction, and I think Brian mentioned it going forward, is these leaking tanks aren't occurring in a independent of a lot of actions that have been taken for a long time, interim stabilization, as well as the past operational practices that resulted in the contamination in the first place in the environment, having an existing groundwater treatment that's pulling, multi-billion gallons of water from the area and treating it, and as well as creating a groundwater flow. So even the contaminations that are in the soils at this time will be moving towards the extraction points and not towards the river. Next slide. So as part of the process, and again, we're talking the single shell tanks, and I want to emphasize that they aren't actively working. Our double shell tanks are the tanks that are actively moved to do the treatment mission. We monitor those on an ongoing basis, visual inspections, monitoring the wells around the tanks, and do a standardized leak assessment process. And in this particular case, T111 had been identified, I believe starting in 2013 as a leaking tank. B109, we saw some indications, and those occur over time to looking at long-term trends as the season changes and as the waste materials compress from the liquid removal in the interim stabilization. That level is changing over time. Once we saw that, we do an evaluation of all the data sets, and really the criteria we use is if there's greater than a 30% chance that there's actual movement outside of the tank, we declare that a leaking tank. These are 2 of 58 tanks that are formally identified as having past or potential leaks, and 52 of those remain tanks, storing tanks. 6 of those are within the C farm and AX tanks that have already been removed and retrieved at this time. So basically that assessment began in July, and then in April, we did the formal announcement of the second tank, which was B109, having a leak to the environment. And at that point, obviously we began working with the state in terms of the appropriate actions to step forward, which really resulted in a joint discussion and the administrative, should say, agreed order that we have here that we're talking about.
Okay, thanks, Delmar. Yeah, it was, there's processes in our tri-party agreement that tell us how to coordinate with each other when there is a declared leaking tank. Those processes include the project managers trying to come to some kind of agreement on what the appropriate method to address the leak would be. And so that's where the conversation started. After about 6 months of working on that, really weren't able to come to agreement. So Delmar and I and others started working together to figure out, okay, what can really happen? What can we do? And so we, it's 16 months. It seems like a really long time, but I found that as we had conversations, we learned both of us, both entities were saying the same thing, but using different terminology. And so figuring out the definition of what some term I may use versus a term that Delmar may use or is used to, since I did come from outside the industry and Delmar is well ingrained in the industry, it took a while for us to be on the same page and fully understand. But I don't, and once again, we got some new folks here. The agreed order was announced in August. We signed off on it, and it's designed to show us how to respond to B109 and T111 leaks and future leaks in single shell tanks. So it goes above and beyond just addressing the 2 tanks that have been identified as leakers. It has there's measures in the agreement with that will both slow the discharge of the waste into the ground and slow the rate of migration of waste to the groundwater. Right now, the groundwater is approximately 250 feet below those tanks, and those tanks go down about 50 feet into the ground. So there's 200 feet of space in there that the waste would need to migrate through. And we, as Delmar said, we worked together collaboratively on figuring out what kind of actions we can do with a look at short-term, medium, and long-term actions, including a leaking tank response plan for all single shell tanks, not just the 2 particular tanks that were there. So the agreed order itself, several elements in it, and I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to the slides. Next slide, please. Was to put an interim surface barrier over T and B tank farms. And there's currently a barrier was just installed on another farm, and then I think the U farm is next. So the purpose of that is to prevent rain and snow melt from seeping into these tanks. Something I learned is infiltration happens in these tanks, which is just amazing to me that moisture can still get in there. But there are ways for the moisture to get in. These barriers are designed to prevent that from happening, which in turn, less water or liquid in the tank means less head, which means less waste being pushed through any leaks that might be there. So it would slow the migration of leaked waste toward the groundwater. We also looked at, and we talked about evaluating the viability of installing ventilation systems to evaporate liquid waste in B109. That methodology was used in T111 early on. It was stopped for different reasons. The main one was it was starting to impact the neighboring tank, and an emergency action in one tank was okay, but it became a treatment action when it started making differences in the next tank. So it needed to be treated differently as a method of doing the work. I mentioned already, we developed a response plan for future leaks from single shell tanks. So we won't be inventing the wheel every time. We won't have this 16-month delay of, well, how do we go address these tanks? We're going to have a plan in place that says when you have a leaking tank, here's the options. What options apply to this particular tank that's been identified now to be leaking? We're also, Delmar mentioned infiltration intrusion, and we're evaluating conditions in and around B109 and T111 to determine if more work is needed to prevent rain and snow melt from getting in. This is above and beyond the surface barriers. So there's pipes, there's salt wells, there's different places where moisture can get in, and we'll be looking at evaluating the conditions on both those tanks. And then initiate the planning and development process to ensure waste removal can be completed at the earliest practicable time. So there's already a system planning methodology in the TPA, and we've incorporated looking at different ways of identifying what is the earliest practicable time we can remove the waste from these tanks, and doing it in that existing system planning process, which was scheduled to begin in October. We bumped it 2 months so we can integrate all of that into this particular planning process rather than waiting for the next one. Really appreciate the department's flexibility in working with that and working with us on it. One thing I should mention here is during that same period of time that we were having these discussions, about 12 months of it, the Hanford Advisory Board was working on advice regarding addressing leaking tanks. I think my first briefing on that was in September of last year, and then there was one in December, and then another one in March. And although they weren't developed together, they were developed in parallel. There are many consistencies between the HAB advice that came out and the work that came out of in the agreed order. So if you're ever wondering if your advice is being taken or not, it is. It's helpful to see if, when it's consistent, it's like, okay, it looks like we're on the right track. When it's inconsistent, it's okay, let's stop, figure out, are we on the wrong track, or should we go back and ask more about the advice? So the work you guys do on this board is really important, and it's really helpful for the agencies and the department as we talk about solutions to issues like this. Next slide. Stakeholder and public input. So the agreed order itself is technically an enforcement action. It doesn't have a public input piece to it, but there are actions within the order that do. So opportunities for the public to comment during the process of implementing actions in the order would include the single shell tank system leak response plan. There will be public comment period associated with that. The leak response plan actions selected for implementation if they're necessary. Those will have public comment. Intrusion response work plan for B109, T111. If we do need to respond after you've done the intrusion evaluation, that will have a public input component. And then the design of interim surface barriers for B farm and T farm also has a public input component. So there will be opportunities to get more input from all of you. And then the next slide, let's go to the AO appeal and appeal process. So Heart of America Northwest did appeal the agreed order to the Washington State Pollution Control Hearings Board. For those of you who don't know what that is, and I'm going to call it the PCHB, and it's the Pollution Control Hearings Board. The PCHB is an administrative tribunal with 3 members appointed by the governor. They decide appeals from state and local government agencies' actions. So an action that we take appeals can be appealed to this entity. And they do that on a wide variety of environmental permits, penalties, enforcement orders, those types of things. To give you an idea of how it operates, it's very similar to a court case. The PCHB does offer free mediation services to facilitate settlements. That's how they actually end up resolving many of the issues that come before them. Parties can file motions that would asking the PCHB to decide the case based on a briefing rather than actually having a hearing. If it can't be resolved by settlement or briefing, then they actually do go to the hearing. It's very similar to a trial. You have depositions, you have witnesses, you do the whole thing. And then when the PCHB gets done hearing sides, they come out with a decision. Sometimes their decision is taken, sometimes it's appealed. It can be appealed to a superior court, it can go to one of the district courts. Just depends on where the appellant would like to take that appeal. So that's kind of the nutshell version of how the PCHB works. And I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I'll just add, in the process, and being an engineer, not a lawyer, I'll probably get the terminology wrong, but the department is, I think the term is requested to intervene in the what is it? Administrative appeal process on the behalf or with ecology. So we're in the process of doing that. I believe that was provided to the Pollution Control Hearing Board. It hasn't been acted upon yet that I know of yet, but that is kind of where the department is as well. And, for the same reasons, some of the additional detailed discussions will be limited on how we're responding to that. But we are in the process of seeking a voice in that process in support of the discussions, since obviously a lot of the data and the facts in terms of what is the basis of it and what does it mean in terms of the physical aspects of the agreement, are aspects that we'll provide to that information process.
Okay, thanks for that, Delmar. And that's really all I've got. And I think that's what you've got. Any questions for us? We'll do our best to answer them under the circumstances that we have with the appeal in place.
Lacey's going to track the queue for us because she can see in the room and the chat. So if you're online, let us know in chat if you have a question. And if you're in the room, stick your tent card up on its side.
I have Rob, and then Chris, and then Dan.
Rob.
So first of all, I'd like to say thank you to both Bob Signoma and the others that have worked on that advice on the tanks, on the leaking tanks. So the big question that I had is that at what point, so you're talking about water intrusion from outside, but the question is that these wastes are hygroscopic and you've got all these connecting pipes and they're breathing because these aren't sealed tanks. Okay, and they're breathing in moisture during the day and then precipitating it out at night when it gets cold. And that's just how a lot of things corrode is through that natural action. And so that is different than rainwater, snow, and other things that would be taken care of the rhino barrier by the lining or the barrier. Do you have any idea what the percentage of each of those contributors is to it, to the total water volume, or have we studied it enough? Because there's been all kinds of suggestions, vacuum, drying, dewatering again and other things. So have we studied enough to know where the big contribution is coming? Or is it so minuscule in the leaking that we don't know that yet, but yet we're finding isotopes that are coming out of those tanks in some of the monitoring wells? So could you discuss that a little bit?
Okay, you can give it a shot. So that's, a good question, and good because there's, multiple aspects of how we monitor these tanks. So, as you mentioned, there's a certain aspect of the moisture from the air being captured within the waste because they do have some hydroscopic, i.e. they collect, the material just naturally collects water. So we see seasonal variations, with where that liquid level is or where that moisture content is in the solids. So we have kind of two things. One, we're looking at the purpose for the ventilation system was really to actively remove that air that's in the tank and through that remove some of that moisture in the air, which limits the amount that collects in the solid materials that collect that. So that was the reason why we're evaluating whether that's an option for these tanks, and maybe even resume in T111 is to address that aspects. They don't have active ventilations. These tanks are completely disconnected from infrastructure pipes. When we did interim stabilizations, any lines that connected it, any possible ways that water could get into it, and I'm talking, rainwater or processed waters, were all removed. We went through a process of intrusion prevention, as we called it, basically, sealing things up as good as you can to keep the surface water from coming in. The barriers are clearly designed from two aspects. One, to preclude that surface water from, impacting and getting into the soils, and then further driving any contamination in these areas further. And again, these areas are, in both cases, B&T, highly impacted by past operations with, billions or millions and billions gallons discharged over the operational history. So we're looking at both aspects of those. The question about, can we define exactly how much is intrusion and how much is coming in? I mean, the short answer is no. Even evaluating, in one of the comments was, how could you take you a year and a half to figure out it's leaking? It's because we're looking at, 1/4 inch moisture content in the sand and trying to determine if it's the drier air pulling it out, or is it the intrusion? Some of these tanks we see kind of increase, and then the solids will settle, and you'll see a decrease that are just kind of the normal fluctuations annually in the content. So we try to put a lot of science to it, but ultimately what is the exact contributions from each of that elements is very difficult to measure. One of the elements in the agreement orders that we agreed to is to really go out again and do a in-depth look of what kind of technology or opportunities are there to measure these very, very small volumes of leaks in, tanks, underground tanks. We have some methodologies that we can use that are for retrieval when we're putting hundreds and thousands of gallons of water in it, and you're looking for, hundreds or thousands of gallons of leaking. And we can sometimes detect those with some resistivity methodologies, but these really small potential leak sites and where they are and are they increasing or decreasing are really hard to detect. I mean, our sister site, Savannah River, actually has a lot of experience with, leaks and them actually self-plugging because of the material solidifying at the leak site. But that's one of the other actions in this agreement, is to go look at other new opportunities since we looked. And it's been about 10 years since we really did an in-depth look across all industry and capabilities to see if there's something that could give us meaningful information to better understand what's happening there.
So when do you expect to be complete on this? Or
The order itself?
to decide which method you're going to use, barriers or a ventilation, you got to make that decision.
So as we agreed in the order, we've committed to, we're going to put barriers on it on both B and T farms
okay.
for
Anyway.
these, not only for the leaks that we're talking about for these tanks, but as I mentioned, those areas are highly impacted from past operations. That's why there's significant pump and treat within 100 feet of B109 is because of those past intentional operational discharges to the soil and spills in the past operations. So we will definitely do that. We will definitely do the study to see if there's additional technology we can bring to bear to detect and measure both in tank and out of tank, these very small, low rate leaks, as compared to our retrieval technologies. We will the next year evaluate, is active ventilation a realistic operation, or does it pose more environmental challenges than the benefits that it creates? And that'll be an effort that we work technically and also work from the permitting perspective with the state. So those are built-in actions within the agreement that we'll be moving forward. The only thing that's the 24-month was the technology development piece to look at, is there other technologies out there or something that we could further develop to measure? That's, I think, a 2-year commitment that we made just because of the nature of that work. Again, we've done it before. We've done intrusion preventions. It's re-looking at it. Is there more we can do? And I think the important aspect of the agreement, and I know I'm running on a little bit, but is what David mentioned is bringing a lot of things that we're already doing, all the past operations, all the intrusions into one document, into an accessible form that people can see not only what we're doing, but some sense of why we're doing it, and ultimately see the evaluation that we're doing through the system plans of do we take these and bring them up in time, and how much in time, and what does that mean to the bigger mission? Because we have with 149 minus 20, so 129 single shell tanks that all have waste in them that have been interim stabilized, and they all are urgent risks to get in and retrieve those as timely as we can. Where do these fit in those multitude of priorities? Something that we can put together in that system planning process and at least provide our perspectives for comment and feedback of what is that? Where does that fit in that timeline?
Thank you. I'm really speaking for myself and members of the board. I'm really glad we're getting action on this. It was very frustrating not getting anything, and now I'm really pleased. Thank you.
We've got about 6 people who have questions. I want to sort of challenge us, for those who've been around a lot. Tanks really punches our buttons of our inner nerds. But with the questions, help our new folks understand how the technical questions you might want to ask relate to policy issues and things that the board would engage in at that higher policy level. Because I'm even reacting to, boy, there's a lot of technical stuff we have thrown at people tonight, and I suspect there are a couple people that are dizzy in the room. So I've got Chris and then Dan. Chris?
David, you may not be able to answer this question, but can you say something about the nature of the appeal filed by Heart of America Northwest? Is it to negate the entire agreement, or to modify it, or to initiate some type of enforcement action? Or?
My legal counsel is discussing that with the appellant right now, and that's as much as I can really say. Sorry, I wish not a very satisfying answer.
Dan?
Thank you. In designing these barriers that you're talking about putting in, are you also taking into consideration what's going to be done with the closure of those tanks and a cap put on them? And if the barrier design will somehow be integrated into that or contribute to that, or looking forward, does it make sense to try to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak?
So, good questions. So first off, the barrier is clearly an interim barrier designed specifically not to preclude any downstream actions. And, the earlier barriers we've done on the farm, we have about 42 tanks that are under barriers right now. And these are basically waterproof membranes on top of the tanks. Essentially, it collects the water and then we route it to an evaporation pond so we don't get water pushing contaminants through the soil. I mean, ultimately, that's kind of the basic idea. But no, they won't impact it. We're very early in the process in terms of closure. We did write some words in the agreement that we would acknowledge that, as these actions are done, we will consider, if we're moving 10 steps towards closure and we only need 11 steps, then let's take that last step. So that's a consideration that we jointly agreed to talk to. But ultimately, really, what we're talking about now is the prioritization of it into the retrieval sequence when we remove the waste with all the other single shell tanks, and how do we manage that aspect of it in the interim until we can get to closure.
Nothing to add.
Thank you.
All right, I've got 4 people in the queue and I will interrupt us in 5 minutes for public comment. So Mia and then Jeff. Mia?
Hi, I have 2 questions. So maybe just the first one first, before the public comment, but will the single shell tank leak response plan have a risk assessment for the rest of the 3 million gallons of leakable liquid in the rest of the single shell tanks?
So I think the question is, will the single shell response plan have a risk assessment of the 3,000 gallons? I mean, will be a consideration in terms of how we look at the path forward in the response to any single shell tanks will be the environmental risk that it remains. Risk evaluation means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So, within the scope of, we will use perspective of environmental risk, the 3 perspectives risks, our workers, which we talked about, and the risks, the pros of those, the risks that are present to the public and the the bigger Hanford, which we think in this case is minimal. I mean, and obviously with leak tank, there is ongoing risk to the environment, which is a primary for these tanks. So that'll be a factor in terms of the prioritization. So it'll be a factor in the discussion. We see a quantified risk analysis of that in a quantitative term, probably not. But again, we're still working through the details of what's in that report. But clearly, risk will be a factor of how we evaluate these tanks, as well as what we do if there are or when any future tank leakages present themselves. And we'll have to, discuss that in terms of the measures of those risks. In these cases, ultimately, what we're talking about fundamentally in the environmental risk perspectives is the long-term risk presented by technetium, which is the mobile long-term element that really drives the long-term risk once it gets into the soils. And yeah, we'll have perspectives on that, based on the liquid content specifically and how that informs the decision-making on retrievals.
And I would add that the specifics of everything that's going to be in that plan is not going to come through me. I've got technical staff that are very fluent in this and educated and experienced. So I'll leave it to them on, specifically with if there's a specific risk assessment or not, or if it's more of an overview, sort of as Delmar was explaining.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if, Ruth, do I have time for my second question or should I wait?
Let's go ahead and go to public comment. I don't think we can probably do one in 2 minutes. Lacey, has anyone signed up for public comment in the room?
No one in the room has signed up.
Right. Do we have anyone in the queue that are here with us on Teams virtually that wishes to make public comment? Let us know in the chat. Or if there's anybody in the room who didn't sign up and you've changed your mind and you want to make public comment right now. Anyone? We also will have time for public comment tomorrow. So this is not your only opportunity during this particular HAB meeting. Last call. Right, so let's wrap this up with Mia's second question, and then Jeff, Alfonso, and Todd. Mia, go ahead.
Okay, so the HAB advice on on leaking tanks was focused on understanding and communicating risk and on developing new tools and capacity to respond to future leaks. Is there a plan to do more technology testing beyond evaporation for the leaking tanks? And for example, are you looking into enhanced salt well pumping?
So it's a good question. We're constantly looking at multiple technologies, to address leaking tanks, to repair leaking tanks, to measure. I think in fiscal year 23, I have roughly $18 million of kind of technical technology development activities ongoing, both for the double shell tanks and the single shell tanks, to do that, at least mostly that are commercial applications and things that are at a high level of development, not basic research kind of stuff. So to that question, yeah, we're looking at that on a continuing basis. And sorry, the first part of that was I missed.
Were you speaking to enhanced salt well pumping? Is that what you're looking at regularly or just technologies in general?
Technologies in general. And again, as we went through the process and as we developed the single shell response plan, that was one of the elements in here, it'll create a process where all those potentials, are evaluated to the scenario of these tanks and any future tanks. So everything from, full immediate bulk retrievals through, removal of additional liquids, if that would be beneficial, to more passive actions will be evaluated in the particular cases. One of the things that in the conversations, that became clear is we wanted to develop a plan and a strategy that communicated how we would jointly evaluate these changing conditions and make decisions. But we also recognize that each of these scenarios will be different, to your point, from a risk perspective, from a physical location, from an inventory perspective, and actually where they fit in the natural progression of retrieval sequences. That each one of those will look at the suite of options and then go through a decision process of which suite of those options applies to the particular scenario. Again, not only for these two tanks, but for any other tanks that the conditions changes and become, show evidence of active leaking. And to, I think, Brian's point earlier, as a manager of tank farm, time is not my friend. Our focus is, to safely store this material until we can retrieve it. But the bottom line is to retrieve it, we got to get treatment up. We got to get moving forward with, the mission accomplishments to get the treatment facilities up so we can treat the waste, make more space in the double shell tanks and move that waste out of the single shell tanks, and not just these, but all of them, as promptly as we can. So it's a key element. Okay. Trying to be more policy and less technical, but it's hard.
I'm up next, I guess. Jeff Wyatt, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board. And sorry, Ruth, I'm an engineer, so I just wanted to throw a couple comments in the hopper from somebody with a kind of a heavy industrial background. If I had a leaking tank like this, among the options that I'd look at is freezing the contents of the tank. That technology is fairly well developed, and, basically immobilize the water in there and stop the leak. And then as counterintuitive as it sounds, you can evaporate water with superheated steam. So in other tanks, you could probably, in theory, depending on the chemistry, remove an awful lot of the water in the existing tanks using superheated steam. That's just throw that in the hopper. Thank you.
Yeah, and there, you know, as an ex-test engineer, I've used freeze plugs and most of those techniques at one point in my career as well. I think one of the challenges that just as we think about it in general is the, and it goes back to the risk argument. You know, we're talking about a small fraction, you know, 3,000 gallons in one, I think 13,000 gallons of potential drainable liquids, you know, in 400,000 gallons. And in many cases, you know, the chemical and radiological hazards are actually more present in the other materials in the tank that aren't mobile. So part of the challenges with these scenarios is not, you know, mitigating a leak, which is undesirable by anybody's definition, but causing more environmental harm and really more risk and exposure to the workforce doing the work than the benefit to the environment is in the interim. So what may apply in other situations become very, very difficult in scenarios where you're working in highly contaminated remote environments that you can't access, which is one of the complications that we have to deal with. And the real concern of, you know, accessing and taking those actions and moving things around really causes, in many cases, the driving forces or the potentials to release and impact the worker and the public. So we got to be real cautious about how we approach those. But you know, keep our eyes wide open as well. We're looking at some repair technologies localized in the double shell tanks. We have more access to those, so we have more ability to do active repairs and visual monitors and access where there's a tank inside a tank. And again, these are essentially underground tanks. And the only way we access them is, you know, 12-inch risers, 3 or 4 of them in the top of the tanks, which creates, you know, unique challenges.
All right, 2 more questions. Alfonso.
I guess I have 3 parts, and most of them deal with definitions. The definition of sludge versus liquid, and infiltrate, the definition of intrusion. That's my definitions. And I also would like to know, has the leak in the tank been located, the area of the leak?
Okay, so first one, the last one first.
Oh yeah, the mic.
Let's get, yeah, hug that mic.
So the location of the leak, the answer is no. We do not know specifically where the location of the leak is. And that's one of the reasons why low volume detection capability is of interest to both parties. So that is no. In the tank system, we characterize roughly the material that's inside those tanks into 3 categories. We call sludges, which are really insoluble materials from the processing, you know, the dissolving the metals and that kind of stuff that it's, I mean, literally that sludges, solid materials that isn't dissolved. Salt cake is essentially, think of a salt solution where you evaporate it so much that it's just salt in the bottom of the cup. That's material that was in solution that we evaporated and removed so much water that it solidified in these single shell tanks. So it's a solid material, but is dissolvable with water. And supernate is liquid. It's liquid. Think of water with salt in it. The salt solution, that would we would term supernated, primarily in a liquid form. So those are the 3 major categories we have in tanks. The 4th one that we've been talking about here in these tanks is, and I think I used the term interstitial liquid, is in these 2 tanks, there's not free liquid on the surface. There's not what we call supernate. But within that solid material, which is a mixture of salt cake and sludges, there is liquids in the structure of the material. And some of that can actually leak out. It's not bound to the solid material. So when we say leakable interstitial liquid, that's what we're really describing, is these liquids that are in the tanks that conceptually, mathematically can leak out, but aren't a free liquid. We have in all these tanks, put pumps in them and pumped and pumped and pumped till the pumps burn up, basically. Little tiny, multi-gallon pumps to remove as much as we can. There's always going to be some water in those tanks. The hydroscopic collection of it back is one of the reasons. The fourth category I mentioned is not a waste, it's just intrusion. And the reality is that water leaks into these tanks. We have 75-foot diameter, 40 to 50-foot holes in the ground that are 15, 20 feet underground on the top and 40 feet down. They're colder than the surface, so there tends to be water from rain that's in the soils. And even though we're semi-desert, you wouldn't think it's possible. That water leaks into the tanks. So so that's what we term intrusion, basically water leaking into the tank from external sources. Hopefully that helped kind of explain those terminologies.
Last question, and then I'm going to kick it back to Jan for final words. Todd, you get the last word.
So the question is for David. Can you just tell me how long the process of the PCHB typically takes? What occurs during that time? Does it slow things down in the interim?
The slow things down the interim depends on whether there was a stay put in place, and there isn't in this case, so it's not slowed down. We're continuing to implement the agreed order and the pieces in it. How long a particular one can take depends on the topic, depends on whether the appellant and the agency is willing to go into settlement discussions, et cetera. If it's just in an impasse, it's been anywhere from 3 to 6 months to get onto a PCHB hearing scheduled. And my experience is they often get bumped another 30 to 60 days from the original date. So you could be out, 8 months before you might get a hearing. And I'm sorry, I lost track of the middle question.
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. Jan?
We had so much information imparted to us today. I'm so grateful for the management teams and for the other presenters that have come today to help us to understand some of the issues around the site. It's just the beginning of our work year. So thank you very much for sticking with it to the end. And we hope to see all of you in the morning at 900 hours. So
900.
thank you very much for coming, and get a good rest.
We are adjourned. Thank you.